What is you doing? You
I had
guys,
to start it. It takes a while on the back end. I can start it.
there we go. Hi, everybody coming in, joining us from wherever you're joining us from. Looks like people are rolling into Zoom. Welcome back. Welcome back to day 3, getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE attack with ATT&CK. Hello, 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 everyone. Patterson has assured us today is going to be a piece of cake.
That's the plan. Every day is a piece of cake.
Every day is a piece of cake when you're with Patterson.
That's right.
Look, you should trademark that. I'm telling you. I've got ideas.
There's so many opportunities there, really.
I know,
Yeah.
there is just so many. Good morning, Jeff or Joff. Is it Jeff or Joff? You never know. I think it's Jeff. Jeff S. Maybe. Good night. Oh, happy time zone. Happy time zone, everyone that's joining us, because we figured out on Monday we had people from all over the globe.
Yeah, pretty well diverse.
Yeah, us East Coasters, we
include me here in the backstage. Down here in Brazil.
Are you in Brazil?
Are you in Brazil?
Yeah, in Brazil.
Oh, I didn't know you were in Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So what time is it there?
It's 12:50.
Oh, you're on Eastern. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're in Eastern. See, it's so weird.
Yeah, it is.
So weird. Like you think, a different country, they've got to be a different time zone. So, and you're in East Tennessee. Tennessee doesn't have 2 time zones, does it? That's all Eastern. Does it?
It has 2.
Yeah.
Yep,
so
just to confuse everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That must be so weird if you live right on the line, you could jump time zones, literally.
Totally. That is not the kind of confusion or complexity I need in my life.
I know. Yeah, my sister lives in Florida and she lives in Central Time. It's so weird.
Oh yeah. Like, is she in the Panhandle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're so excited because I usually drive to visit her. So you're so excited. You're like, yeah, I'm in Florida. But then it's like another freaking 6 hours. You have to go to Florida and take a right. And it's like,
yeah, Florida. When we went to Florida spring break one year, I felt the same way. I was like, oh, we're in Florida. It was my first time.
Yeah.
We went to Palm Beach, which is down south.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, we're almost there. We're good.
Yeah.
It felt such a long trip once we got into Florida.
I know. Florida is I used to live in the Keys. So.
Oh, okay.
You get to Florida and you're not even halfway there.
Not even
yet.
close.
Yeah. It's not fun. So welcome in, everybody. People are still rolling in. Hopefully everyone's well rested and ready for day 3. Getting started.
Wait, is well rested a requirement?
No, not for the instructor, but the students, yes. We want you to be completely unrested and chaotic.
Haggard. Yeah, I will be. I will give it my all and be completely out by 3:15 tomorrow.
Yeah.
45 minutes of ask me nothing.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good idea. Of course, my dog decides to bark right at the beginning. She's so bad. I have a basset hound and she actually made our neighborhood's Facebook page. And so, you know, that's usually never a good thing. Like if somebody mentions your dog on the neighborhood Facebook page, but everybody was like, I just love seeing that basset hound. She's so, you know, she's so funny. She's the queen of the castle. And I was like, oh my gosh, you guys live with her. She's a total jerk to everybody else. So it's kind of like your kids, right?
Available
Like,
for adoption.
yeah. I was like, man, maybe I should start a GoFundMe to like help improve Bailey, my basset hound's throne.
You know you're in East Tennessee when you have a neighborhood pig. Yeah.
Oh, you have a pig in your
Literally, we have a neighborhood pig, and every house has a different name for the neighborhood pig. I'm not sure anybody knows who exactly owns the neighborhood pig.
So is it like a domesticated pig that just walks around and hangs out? Or
Yep. It's actually adorable and super social until it decides to grub in your lawn, and then you don't feel loving, caring feelings anymore.
Right. So it just walks around, and does it have like a collar on and stuff? And so nobody knows where it lives?
No, I think we're highly suspect because there's the house down the hill that has lots of livestock, and everybody's pretty certain, but you're a little afraid if you wander into their yard with their pig, one of you will get shot.
Right.
So you're just kind to the pig.
Yes. That's close. They need bacon. That's funny.
Bacon for everyone. I mean, who doesn't love a pig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're certainly cute. I had this woman I know had a potbelly pig, I guess is what they're called, right?
Yeah.
And it was huge. It was supposed to be a lot smaller than it was. It eventually got to be, but it was huge. But it was so smart. Like it was pretty amazing how smart the pig was. And
at one point, our neighborhood pig came onto our porch, knocked all of the patio furniture chair cushions into a corner, and made herself a bed and was sprawled out on the cushions on the ground. Like, who does that?
Yeah.
The neighborhood pig.
Yeah, obviously. That sounds like something that a pig would do.
Yep.
Because they're smart. Happy affiliate anniversary? What does that mean? From Twitch. Oh, I guess maybe our Twitch has been.
Yeah, I think it's a Twitch thing. Yeah.
Neighborhood pig is better than neighborhood alligator. I hadn't ever really thought about that, but that makes pretty good sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Or neighborhood shark if you're in Florida now. Because it seems like there's sharks. Like my sister, she travels all summer, but I've been seeing like there's been sharks at her beach where she lives. So it's crazy.
Oh, thanks.
Land shark. No, really? See K-Hall. They've been putting alligators. Alligators couldn't survive in Lake Michigan, could they?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I'm going to put on my skepticals for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like people are still rolling in, but we are coming up close here to get ready and start the class. So if you want to make sure that we already did the make sure that you could share your screen. So I think we're good there. Yeah, W9 volt. I agree. I think that it's too cold for Lake Michigan.
Definitely. I live in Michigan. I can tell you right now. There's no alligators up here.
Daryl's like, oh no, I gotta move.
No, we're not gonna let that one. We're not gonna let that one fly.
All right. Well, we'll go backstage and let you go ahead and get started. Are you ready, sir?
Ready.
All right.
Willing and able.
All right. We'll be around. We won't leave you.
Excellent. All right. Welcome. I almost said good morning. I guess not quite. Maybe morning for some of you. Truthfully, it's been just a tiny bit of a challenging morning in the wonderful world of IT and InfoSec. And I'll share my travails because there's the tiniest possibility that they will impact you this morning. It's Wednesday, and so Tuesday, for better or for worse, automatic distribution of patches. So I came in this morning to, of course, find that my machine rebooted, my VM rebooted, the class VM rebooted. I thought no harm, no foul. I'll just fire it up, revert to snapshot. Snapshot was corrupt. Re-imported the VM, found that all the nested virtualization issues that, of course, I, like the rest of you, tackled a few days ago were all reborn and revisited. Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, re-enabled all the core isolation and virtualization-based security. And for the love of all things holy, at least now I'm getting better at it. But I had to re-import my VM. I had to go through all the steps of disabling the virtualization-based components of my operating system. Yeah, big fun. And I should have known better. I don't know, any Jocko fans in the house, I should have known better than to wear my good shirt this morning, because it kept haunting me. Like, all of these things are an opportunity. Every adversity is an opportunity to learn, grow, and overcome. I'm like, I hate this shirt. In any case, here we are. I hope that you don't suffer the same travails this morning. If you do, then fight through it. Our wonderful support folk are available in the Discord tech support channel. And yeah, I grow increasingly frustrated with the automated, unsolicited changes to my Windows environment. As a digital forensics and incident response consultant, I really need to be super familiar with Windows, like it or not. Love it, hate it, doesn't matter. 98% of the incidents I've worked involve Windows on some level or another. And in many ways, I'm a fan. I hate to say it, that's like countercultural, but by the same token, it's like every day I pop into my Windows 11 enterprise environment and something has changed, something's added, the Copilot, the AI, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think you didn't even ask me, and then you don't even make it easy for me to make it go away. So I'm curious, as the day progresses, if you're willing, I'm seriously would be interested in your input. If for those of you with some familiarity, if you are going to recommend that your mother, your aunt, your uncle, your grandfather were going to switch away from Windows to an alternate desktop operating system, namely some variation of Linux, because Mac's just too expensive for my uncle and my aunt, what would you suggest? Where would you go? And at some point, I'm going to have to probably move that direction, kicking and screaming. I use Linux all the time. It's not my primary operating system, though. Just usually a tool set, etc. So seriously, fascinated to know, Callie. Yeah, of course, you would say that. In any case, so that's enough about my morning travails. Let's jump in. What other quick goofy logistical note? I don't know if you're familiar, and this is not a sponsor, although if they want to sponsor, we could probably work something out. This is Liquid Death, and this is water. So if you see me drinking this throughout the morning, it's not a pounder. It's just sparkling water. It looks deceptively like something I should not be drinking during the middle of class, but just so you're aware, just water. Be forewarned, if you buy this at the grocery store, you'll get carded, and then you'll have to explain to them it's just water. It's sparkling water with a hint of melon. In any case, moving right along. Don't you love the personal journey? I mean, we're all in this together, and we are day 3. Day 3 is, yeah, exactly. Loki says, whatever gets you through the day. I mean, who knows what's actually in this can, but day 3. We've come a long way in the last couple days, and we've got 2 days remaining. We're over the midpoint, starting now officially, and as I'm sure you are well aware, we are on an adventure together to try and identify some of the most valuable security critical controls that you can implement in your environment. practically, realistically, again, art of the possible, trying to make some forward progress, not perfect, not flawless, but each of these components based on real world experience can be applied in your environment to great effect, to great impact. And we've been staring at the MITRE attack matrix, and we've been going through if we implement application allow listing, what impact will that have? Will that make drive-by downloads much, much more difficult, much less likely to occur? And the answer is yes. And then password controls and egress traffic analysis and UEBA, and we talked a little bit about logging along the way, and we're just about halfway there. And honestly, if we stopped right now, heck, if we stopped with application allow listing from a directory structure, I am here to tell you again, experientially, active incident response in the last 6 months, that would be a significant improvement in your security posture. If that's all you did, that's all you did. Not suggesting you stop there, but we are indeed making some forward progress. And so today we're going to continue that adventure. We're going to tie up yesterday's conversation talking about UEBA and Windows logging and some of the shortfalls and failures. And yesterday we introduced, of course, the idea of Sysmon as a potential solution to the challenges of managing logging on your Windows endpoints. And as promised, we're going to jump right into a lab this morning and get your brain, fingers, hands working. And then from there, we're going to transition to advanced endpoint protection, which is, again, as a digital forensics and incident response consultant, primarily near and dear to my heart. One of the most important categories, I think, that we'll talk about together this week. All right. Let's see if I can find my next slide point. All right. So as per usual, let's do the real quick walkthrough together. We'll talk about what this lab looks like. I'll give you the 20 minutes or so to jump in, spend some time looking at this. If this is new to you, I think you're going to like it. Sysmon has been around a long time, very, very practical. Maybe another one of those challenging conversations that you have with enterprise IT, but it's worth it. And it is something that, as per several conversations we've had so far, that you could probably pretty easily do a proof of concept, proof of value. The price is right. Sysmon is free. Remember, we talked about yesterday that basically Sysmon extends the Windows event logs to be what we've always wished and hoped they would be. You can acquire this directly from Microsoft. All you need to do is install the executable, accept the user agreement, and then provide a configuration file. And there are multiple options for that. Swift on security, often top of the short list. Sysmon modular as well. Those really are the two I think that most often come to mind. I think I have, can I grab these links? I'm sure you have these somewhere else, but let me see if I can share these, because nope, I can't. I'll come back to that. Sorry. I have links for both of those that are GitHub repos with those Sysmon configuration files. And that, of course, is an important component. All right. Again, as per usual, this is old hat. We're in the intro class on the navigation page. We're going to scroll down to intro to security, and we're going to hop onto the Sysmon entry. Maybe now more than ever, since we had, at least I had some travails yesterday with firewalls turning on and security patches being applied. We want to make sure that AV is disabled. You're going to open a terminal as administrator. If you have trouble with that, you may have trouble today and have not had trouble the last couple of days. So just a friendly reminder that the instructions for getting to these prompts discreetly are available to you in the lab. Hopefully you can launch terminal as admin without any issues. If you do, obviously we're going to pop over to WSL. We are going to do if config on our embedded WSL system looking for the IP address. Remember, your IP will be slightly different than, of course, the lab documentation. So make note of the IP revealed by if config. And then this will seem a little bit familiar territory. We're going to become root. We're going to create a malicious executable. We're going to copy that executable over to our Windows file system. We're going to open a new Ubuntu terminal. Once again, become root, set up Metasploit like we've done previously, paying careful attention that we choose the right exploit, the right payload, set our the lhost IP address to your Windows, your Linux IP address, run exploit, recognize that all that's going to do is sit there and wait for inbound connections from the malware once it's executed. And then we're going to pop over to command prompt again, move over to tools. We're going to confirm that Sysmon is in place. It should already be in place, so you should get a message that says this is already installed and registered. If not, obviously it will install and re-register. And as promised, this is the executable. You are using a command switch. If you don't use this, you just get a little pop-up dialog for accepting the end-user license agreement. So this is just a shortcut to keep from doing that. And then we're going to tell it to use the Sysmon config file that we've already provided. And once again, this should say already done, but if not, we're just confirming. Now that we know Sysmon is running, proper configuration file, then we'll move again to the tool, make sure we're in the tools directory, and then we're going to execute our malicious package. We're going to hopefully then pop back to Ubuntu and see that we have successfully gained a interpreter shell from Linux to Windows. And then we're going to see, hopefully visualize, experience the value or some of the value of Sysmon. We'll head over, remember, to Event Viewer, Application and Service Logs, Windows, Microsoft, and Windows. You were going to figure that out regardless. And then head to Sysmon and Operational and see what you can see. See the extended value that that we've created by just that singular simple command versus, if you recall from yesterday, the multiplicity of steps that we had to do to potentially log command line logging through Windows native functionality. And this is pretty cool. I'm going to talk a little bit, once we step through this, the long version, I'll talk a little bit more about what this means and why we care and the value specifically of the hashes on the process create. So if that's not real familiar or real clear to you, especially if you're new to this, then hang tight. We'll come back together and talk about that in just a minute. So we're going to throw 20 minutes on the clock. This is again about a 15-minute lab, generally speaking. So give you a chance to refill your coffee, refresh your juice, grab some more bacon, some liquid death, whatever works for you, and we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. We'll do a slow walkthrough of this together and talk a little bit more about the intrinsic value and honestly, we're going to come back to this lab a little bit later today as well. So let's do 20 minutes and let's go ahead and get started on this lab. We'll be hanging out in Discord if you have issues or need help. Hey there. Wow, my on-screen timer just got all wiggy on me. So sorry, I was confused for a second, for a very long second, as it were. All right, all, welcome back. Obviously, we jumped right into Sysmon Lab for the day. If you've just joined us, if you're just rolling in, no worries. Yeah, the timer seemed a little goofy, but such is life, and onward and upward. And we started off today with me complaining just a little bit about some of the trials and travails of IT-INFOSEC, and I do not mean in any way to minimize any challenges, struggles that anyone's having in this lab or getting the VM running. It is just, I'm telling you, part and parcel of this life, if you will, of this adventure is troubleshooting, is a resilient methodology, and is approaching challenges as an opportunity to learn and grow, and like it or else. Some days I have tons of tolerance for that, and other days I'm like, I just want it to work. And so you may find yourself at either end of that spectrum, which of course brings me back to a recurring theme, and that is how much I appreciate the folk in the tech support channel that are helping to come alongside. I just need that, basically that tech support channel in my life all the time, truth be told. So thank you again, and thank you for wrestling with this stuff. Yeah, technology is awesome. I hate it. I love it. I hate it. I love it. And away we go. So let's step through this lab together. First lab of the day. I have a little fear and trepidation because I know a few of you had some struggles. You know, the simple fact, and this is a recurring theme for me in incident response, is this the devil's in the details, and usually the details are syntax. So paying particular oh wow, now I get to listen to myself talking to myself. Very long second. That's not good for anybody. All right, all, welcome back. Obviously, we jumped right into Sysmon Lab for the day. If you've just joined us, stand by. I'm having a tiny technical challenge. Yeah, the timer came a little beefy, but wow. All right, that is a first for me. Somehow I'm accidentally streaming and listening to myself stream while streaming. It's like this weird inversion. Moving right along. Yeah, see? I mean, I should have never talked about technical challenges, am I right? Like, stop. Just stop it. Steamception, yes. I never wanted to listen to myself or see myself in the first place, so as it were, Sysmon. Let's wrestle with Sysmon together. Let's see how we do. I think it'll be fun. All right. I have not done this yet today. I won't do this every single lab, but I'm going to do it to just make sure, because we've had enough going on, and red is good. That should already be disabled. I'm going to do Control L to kill that, to clear that screen, because that makes me happy inside. We're going to open terminal as administrator once again. If you're having any issues running that as administrator, don't panic, don't worry. You can visit the start menu. You can start searching for a Ubuntu, for example, and then run as administrator. Terminal is just an easy way to get there, but you can get to PowerShell, command line, and Ubuntu all straight from start if you need to. That is, of course, at the beginning of your lab. So I'm going to open Ubuntu, WSL, off to a good start. I'm going to do ifconfig and pay attention to my address. This is so critical, and this is one of the things about MSF Venom and MSF Console that in some instances, some other C2 frameworks are easier. You got to get this right. So basically, we're gonna create an executable, and we're going to embed the callback address in that executable, and if it's not matching your attacker system, then things don't go well. And this is one of those that I confess I get wrong now and again, and so really got to pay careful attention. Another huge challenge, and this is real life. I'm a creature of habit. Not that you would necessarily name your output executable trustme.exe, but you might have an internal naming convention, and becomes a little challenging to manage your executable components, making sure you're using the right one. So I'm a huge fan of naming that executable, at least for testing in labs, something that's meaningful relative to the handler, to the IP, the port, whatever makes sense to you. Note the IP address, in this case, 172.31.44.190. We're going to move to root ADHD. And then I'm going to copy and paste for the sake of time, energy, and typos. So this is a tremendous thing to document. If you're actually doing some testing, if you're stepping through this in any kind of a production capacity or production environment, or truthfully even a learning environment, document the actual command syntax that you used to create this executable. What a great way to keep track and to make sure that you've done the right thing. We're paying careful attention to the syntax. I'm going to right click, hopefully just to paste that. Oh man, that did not work. I'm not going to do that. I forgot I copied and pasted the command. Let's get rid of this. Then I'll go back and get my IP address. Clearly for me, typing is a challenge today, so copy and paste is nice. Verify, verify, verify. Do we have the right payload? Looks like it. This needs to match what we're about to configure in MSF console. Do we have the right L host? Should be our local IP address, our listening port 444 executable. Looks good. Mash enter. Hopefully all is right in the world. While we're waiting for that, I get a question in Zoom. An attendee missed some of the original streams. Welcome. I'm glad you could join us, Daljit, and no worries, no problem at all. If you're looking to get a certificate of completion, then I will let Megan chime in. I can't remember exactly how you do that, but she's in charge and on top of that for sure. So welcome, yeah, and you can catch up. I should mention, I meant honestly to mention this a minute ago. One of my favorite things about this particular situation scenario is you can download the VM. That's yours to keep in perpetuity. The labs are freely available on GitHub, so you can do them again tomorrow and next week and 3 weeks from next Tuesday. We walked through the lab update process a couple times, so you can, even as we change and improve these, you can keep going through them, keep learning, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's head over to our temp directory. Let's take a look at the file we just created. It has the current date and timestamp, which is good. It has bigger than a 0 byte file size, which is good. So now we're going to copy this to Mount C tools. All right, so we've created our malicious executable. We've staged our malicious executable. Now let's open an alternate prompt. Ubuntu. We're going to once again become root ADHD, Control L to clear my screen. We're going to launch MSF console. We're going to use ATT&CK for quiet so we don't have to look at the ASCII art. Seems like it should be quicker with the ATT&CK, but I don't know that it actually is. Okay, here we are. Metasploit console version 5. Looks like we're on track. As per usual, we're going to do use exploit multi handler. Tab completion is my friend. Give it just a second. Exploit is a tiny bit of a misnomer in this case. All we're really doing is firing up a flexible listener to receive the inbound connection from our malicious payload. We need for the payload setting to match what we just did in our MSF Venom command. So far, so good. Did my copy paste? Yes, it still worked. Set L host. My WSL IP address needs to match the IP address from our MSF Venom command. I'm a huge fan of show options just to make sure that all looks right. Port looks right. IP looks right. Payload looks right. Nicely, I can do Control L from within the Metasploit console, which is handy. Exploit which again should not do much other than start up a reverse handler. It's just hanging out, listening, waiting for the connection from our malicious package. All is right in the world. We're going to do a command prompt as admin. We're going to move to the tools directory. We're going to run Sysmon except EULA, use the Sysmon config export XML. Yeah, tab completion for the win, just confirming that's right. And again, this should already be configured and running. So if you get the already registered, you're golden. You do not need to do anything else. We're just making sure that that is in place and ready to go for the next steps. And we're in the tools directory still, so we shouldn't need to back out to that. And trustme.exe for the win or the loss. And we should head back over yonder. And looks like we successfully got a interpreter prompt on our Windows system. That's good. Now we're going to open Event Viewer on our Windows host, and we're going to expand application and service logs. Instead, we're going to expand application and service logs. This time I mean it. Thank you very much. Microsoft, Windows. And as I mentioned, that's a long list, as you might have noticed. I'm just going to click in here and start typing Sysmon, which should take me to Sysmon. Then we're going to go to operational logs under Sysmon and see what we can see. Now, this first entry, as you can see, relates to Event Viewer. That's cool. That's not exactly why we're here. This is a process creation rule. I just launched the MMC, Microsoft Management Console. Neat. Nothing exciting to see there. Additional entry about Event Viewer. As we continue to go through this process, let's see if we can find the Trust Me executable. It's exactly what we're hoping for. This process creation is huge. When malware instantiates on an endpoint, is it likely to impact a running process and impact memory? And point in fact, if it doesn't do those things, then it probably isn't accomplishing much. So this is extremely critical from an investigative perspective, from a visibility perspective, and we have additional information. Obviously, we have date and timestamp. We have associated process ID or PID, which can be useful. We can see the actual image path and the name of the executable. This is fascinating in that it might cause some question and concern. This is part and parcel of the MS Venom output. Should you have Apache HTTP server running on this endpoint? Is this actually Apache HTTP server, etc.? This is fun, and this is not terribly uncommon, but it is particularly common for malware. If you've done malware investigations, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you've looked at a potentially malicious executable on something like a VirusTotal or some other tooling and saw multiple names recognized for that particular file. We can see the account context, which is also significant in if we're doing an endpoint investigation and or an active incident response investigation. We absolutely want to know the context from which this was executed. In this case, ADHD, so that's another indicator, another clue for our investigative process. And then this is pretty slick. Up to this point, what do we really know about this executable? And really, we don't know much. We know what it's called. We know where it ran from. We know the username context, and we know it ran from this endpoint. And what was it? What did it do? This is often a huge, vague question, especially for active incident response. If this was all I had to go on, I have something. But imagine if I pivot over to VirusTotal and I search for trustme.exe. That's probably not super useful. Can't really do a lot of deep analysis. You might be tempted if you confirm this shouldn't happen. This is unauthorized executable. I don't recognize it. I don't really know what it is, but it shouldn't be here. shouldn't be running. And so I'm going to back up to my SIEM or my EDR solution or whatever visibility tools I have, and I'm going to search all of my endpoints for trustme.exe and see what I can find. Now, although that might have some value, and I would not dissuade you from doing that, the simple fact is the name is pretty meaningless, and the name is very dynamic. It's often rotated. It's often randomized by the threat actors. So it might be trust me on this system, and it might be AB on the next system, and it might be XYZ on the next system, and you get the idea. And so this is an indicator, but it's not a very reliable indicator. It's not a very trustworthy indicator. But what about these? The hashes. Basically, the hashes are an algorithmic fingerprint. So different hashing algorithms. We have MD5, SHA-256, imphash in this particular example, output from our Sysmon. And this is much, much better. This is a much, much more accurate indicator of this file. This is, again, an algorithmic mathematical computation of the contents of this trust me file. So it does not matter what I call it. If I copy that and I rename it XYZ123, or I rename it calculator or notepad.exe and move it to another place in the file system, copy it to another host entirely, I can manipulate all those things and the hash value will remain a constant. So leveraging that hash value then to pivot to your SIEM or your EDR or some other visibility solution can be tremendously useful. This is a high fidelity indicator, again, especially once we determine what is this and what is it doing. You might very well move over to VirusTotal and check this hash. In many instances, you won't find a hit, but you might, and that's not, again, not a useless exercise. But this is just gold. This is absolutely super, super valuable for me in active incident response in terms of understanding the context and then deriving a useful indicator based on an immutable component of trustme.exe. If you remember all the way back to day one when we talked about taking an executable, moving it to assembly, manipulating, finding the XOR, and then making a minute change before the XOR statement, and then saving it back to exe. This is one of the things that we were accomplishing. We were changing the algorithmic calculation for the value of that executable by the change we made. We changed ever so slightly the construct of that file, and then, of course, the hash changed. That was part of the point, to circumvent deny lists based on hash characteristics, for example. So this is good. This is important. This is good and important. Did I mention that? Okay. As I mentioned, we're going to come back and recreate part of this lab a little later, if sort of extracurricular, if you want to. So that's a reminder to myself. We'll be back to this one. Okay. Well, I'm going to back on out of here, back on out of here, back on out of here, exit an awful lot, kill my shell, stop it, leave me alone, run away. Okay. Sysmon for the win. Yeah. I really can't think of a compelling reason you would not use something like this unless you have this functionality through some other tooling, some other capability. I like it a lot. For my selfish purposes, please run it everywhere. Okay. Let's talk about advanced endpoint protection. I don't know how to overstate the importance of this one. I remember, gosh, seems like a couple hundred years ago, shortly after one of the first ransomware cases I ever worked, right on the heels, if you happen to be in the industry and or you happen to be in healthcare, you may remember early 2000s, I think it was, Hollywood Presbyterian, based out of Southern California, were hit by WannaCry, if I recall correctly. And it was one of the first highly publicized ransomware detonations in healthcare that actually crippled the hospital's ability to serve patients. That is the holy grail of healthcare. They were actually turning away patients and rerouting patients to other facilities. And this is not a hit against Hollywood Presbyterian. This was like a new thing. This was like mind-boggling. And it was one of the first instances I remember hearing about where ransomware was distributed through group policy in an enterprise environment, and really, really bad things ensued. At that time, ironically, I worked for a security manager who one of his favorite phrases was, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Never let a good crisis go to waste. And it was much like my Jocko Good shirt, or our introductory conversation this morning is, a crisis presents an opportunity. And in this particular situation, the board members, I was doing consulting for a healthcare organization at the time. The board members for the hospital read the news about Hollywood Presbyterian and the ransomware detonation and turning away patients, and it got their heart rate up. It got them frightened. And so they went to the CEO, the CIO of this particular organization and said, "You need to make sure this never happens to us. We do not want to read about our healthcare organization on the front page ever, particularly when it comes to an inability to perform patient care." Again, the holy grail of healthcare. I didn't know this was happening. Of course, as a security consultant at the time, I was aware that this happened at Hollywood Presbyterian, and I was sort of fascinated to watch it unroll, unwind, and to learn more about it. I went into the facility shortly thereafter and was called into an emergency meeting with the CIO and with the IT administration staff for the hospital system. And I'm in a room of 10, 12 executives, and I'm really the only technical person in the room. And the CIO corners me in front of all these other folk and says, "I want you to recommend a security solution right now that we can purchase that will stop us from ever having to deal with this issue." Ironically, it's one of those moments that you sort of hope for. I was a little bit ill prepared, and I hummed and hawed, and I suggested we might do some planning and analysis, and I could return with an answer shortly, maybe later that day. And the CIO literally, again, in front of the executives, said, "No, I want an answer right now." He figuratively held up a piece of paper and said, "This is the checkbook. I will write a check today. What should we buy?" It was a unique moment in the history of my career, and my response was, you need to buy some advanced endpoint protection. You need to bolster your environment with this brave new cool thing called EDR, endpoint detection and response. We were running a combination at that point of Symantec and Defender, Windows Defender, not the fancy Defender for endpoint that we might see today. And it was just woefully inadequate. It was woefully inadequate. And we moved, and this is not necessarily a plug, but literally in that moment, they're like, "Okay, tell us which one to buy." And I'm like, this is a long time ago. This is a long time ago. And I said, CrowdStrike Falcon. And I think I made a pretty good call under the circumstances. And then we moved into the process of deploying that and learning how it worked and learning some of its shortcomings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But since that day, moving forward, almost every time I roll into active incident response, it is top of mind for me. What kind of endpoint protection do you have? And it probably won't surprise you that in many instances, they're like Defender. Like, you mean the free antivirus that comes with Windows? And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, totally." Like, okay, we need to talk. Ironically, and I hear this a lot, I mean, in doing active incident response, I respond to a ransomware case. I've done a lot of cases over the last 2 or 3 years, and I would say that the vast majority of those environments had some sort of advanced endpoint protection. They had an EDR deployed. So we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through this process, not to minimize the value, but there are pros and cons, and we need to have proper expectations. This does not solve all your problems. It does not solve all your problems. But it is a critical component. And again, if I had one security control in place, I would push for advanced endpoint protection, some sort of EDR, next-gen AV kind of capability. And it's a little hard to cherry pick from this screen and think about all the ways that this is important to us. Just let me take a slightly different approach. Imagine, if you will, an attack on your environment that doesn't involve an endpoint. Maybe we can come up with some bizarre exception, but pretty much an endpoint represents, to me, some sort of physical or virtual device with an operating system, performs some sort of feature function in your environment, and is connected to the network. And if you're going to attack my infrastructure, my IT, my data, my systems and services, and it doesn't impact an endpoint, like, so you can ponder that at will. But that just speaks to the ubiquity of all of the things on this slide, from bits jobs to bootkits to browser extensions to SSH hijacking. All of those things touch an endpoint. Often an endpoint that's running a Windows or a Linux variation, and often Windows, point in fact. This is huge, absolutely huge. If I had to choose two, once again, I think, boy, application allow listing from directories is just so easy. Why wouldn't you do it? And then in conjunction with protecting your endpoints, that's a pretty powerful 1-2 punch. Overlapping fields of view. And I cannot overstate, again, the importance of this and sort of the overarching simplicity. I have this idea, and I can even share it because I've written it up a bit. I have this idea about visibility and containment capabilities. And my thought is, if you can take a look at your enterprise as a whole, and you can sort of generally categorize the things that are important to you, your information assets, your data system services, identity, etc., you can quantify those things, put them sort of in buckets categorically. And then if you can give me visibility into memory, identity, network, and disk, that's memory, identity, network, and disk. Yes, mind, M-I-N-D. I did that so it would be easy for me to remember. If you can give me visibility into those functions of the critical IT assets in your environment, then I can most likely tell you what you need to know when it comes to investigating and or reviewing incidents, alerts, events, etc. Secondarily, if you can give me containment capabilities in each of those categorical components in your environment, particularly if you give me containment capabilities related to memory, identity, network, and disk, then we win. We need visibility. Visibility is absolutely key. And we can't just have one component. And that's the idea behind this, is that we need defense in depth. That phraseology is a little overused, a little trite, and it doesn't just mean two kinds of AV. My previous story about recommending EDR, they literally had Symantec on the servers and Defender on the endpoints, and they're like, defense in depth. Like, okay, that's not exactly what that means. Two discrete vendor point products that run on disparate endpoints is not what we're talking about. We need lots of different ways to look at this. And in the context of endpoint, I'm hoping against hope that you have multiple pieces and parts, that you have discrete technical controls that run on the endpoint, AV, EDR, that you also have visibility from your endpoints into some centralized system, centralized logging platform, like a SIEM, hopefully a SIEM that has some sort of inherent user behavior analytics functionality. And maybe you're running Sysmon on your endpoints and then piping that data to SIEM. That works too. And of course, we talked yesterday about, on top of that, we'd really like to have some network monitoring so that we can see the interactions between endpoints, internal systems, ultimately visibility for endpoint egress, meaning we can see potentially network traffic, communications to and from an endpoint, and command and control or our adversaries. Sandboxing is kind of cool in that it is often inherent to some more sophisticated modern security solutions, whether it's secure proxy, something like a Zscaler, or even some exchange mail solutions or some EDR solutions. And the idea behind sandboxing is that we still do rely on signatures to a certain extent. We do still pay attention. Our AV EDR endpoint should still look for evil hash values. I mean, why not? But in many cases, when one of these security products tools sees a hash value that it does not recognize, there's inherent functionality that says, okay, stand by. Really quickly, we're going to take that and we're going to detonate it in a sandbox environment, a protected, isolated environment. We're going to detonate this executable because we've never seen it before. And then we're going to see what it does. Make a determination, good, bad. And if bad, we're going to derive indicators of compromise. So not only now do we have a new hash, we also potentially have new indicators of compromise based on IP communications or registry changes or WMI interactions or. Pretty cool, pretty useful. Internal segmentation, we're going to talk about that at length here in a little bit. The idea being that we separate our systems. We separate the things that are important to us in our IT environment. So the servers, for example, are on a separate network segment than the workstations, just overly simplified. Again, we'll come back and talk about that. This is huge. This is huge. And the redundancy, the overlapping fields of view, the defense in depth give us some security that when there's a 0-day and the threat actors find a new way to circumvent your endpoint protection, we're going to survive. We have other pieces, parts in place to visualize and or determine and then take responsive action. There have been a couple really awesome questions that are coming through Zoom and Discord, and I will hang tight. We'll come back and I'll do my best to answer those in the not too distant future. I think somebody in passing, as soon as I started talking about EDR, I saw something about billions of dollars, if I'm not mistaken, and it's like, yeah, you know, there's a reason that a lot of enterprises are using Windows Defender. You know, well, it's free. You know, it's built into the operating system, which is kind of, you know, kind of compelling from a business perspective. Having said that, experientially, it won't shock any of you that that's not top tier. That is not the best of breed solution. And to get a better solution, in my humble opinion, you're gonna have to spend some money. There are some potential free EDR components out there, and I'm going to tell you. You know, forgive me, I'm going to inject some opinion, and you can take it for what it's worth. As I mentioned, I have worked active malware outbreak cases where most of these solutions were in play. And what is critical to me, active incident response is, again, my primary day job. What is critical to me are the features and functions of these tool sets more than, forgive me, talk about this more in a second, more than the active detect prevent. What I need from these tools is I need visibility. I need deep visibility. Boy, I shouldn't have used that phraseology because that's semi-patented, but it works. Vendor agnostic, I need deep visibility. I need to see all that I can see about the interactions of an endpoint. That's priority one. That's why I want an EDR. That's why I wanted an EDR way back when the hospital system asked me. In my ignorance, I really just thought I need deep visibility into everything that occurred on that endpoint. Priority number one. Priority number two is I need easy to configure active containment. And what I mean by that is if I have visibility, imagine a user just detonated trustme.exe on one of my endpoints, and it ran. Whatever tool I have in place didn't stop it. Maybe it's a new variation, it's a new hash, it's an unrecognized file, whatever. I find out later it's bad based on my overlapping fields of view. Previous slide. Maybe I see network communications to a known bad IP address, and so I turn to analyze the host where this trustme.exe executed, and first priority is I need visibility. I want to see what happened in detail. I'd love to see even more than Sysmon can show me. I'd like to see historical activity. I'd like to see a timeline of, you know, parent process and web activity and DLL injection and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When I'm doing that, I'm looking for indicators of compromise. I'm looking for clues that represent unauthorized activity. And then the next important critical piece of EDR functionality is the opportunity to take those indicators of compromise, turn around and educate my EDR solution and say, if you see this again, stop it and or isolate the endpoint. Those are really the two most important things from my perspective in selecting and using these tools. And I have some pretty strong opinions about which are better and worse. And yeah, they are expensive. They are significantly more expensive than traditional AV. And I'll abuse Gartner for just a second. If you ask Gartner, and I don't always agree with Gartner, but I think it's a worthwhile data point. If you ask Gartner, we've got SentinelOne, CrowdStrike, and Defender for Endpoint in the upper right-hand quadrant. Those are the top tier, and that does not mean that the rest of these are no good, lousy, not contenders. But I tend to agree with that grouping in terms of feature function. What's cool about this is that we're seeing a lot of this in the industry. EDR is becoming commoditized, which is a win for us. So things like in-game, now Elastic Defend, they drive the price point down. Are they as mature and functional as CrowdStrike and SentinelOne? But I'm seeing this fantastic sort of vendor conflict forays into driving the price down. And if you're looking at one of these, make sure you look at another one and say, well, we looked at CrowdStrike and they're quite a bit cheaper than you are, SentinelOne, or vice versa, and play that game just a tiny bit. Gosh, I just went on a rampage there. Sorry, this is important to me. Again, it's my line of work. I'm passionate, dang it. So, speaking of EDRs and free EDR solutions, let's talk about Bluespawn. Bluespawn is a free EDR. I think it is a Virginia Tech output, and we are not suggesting this is a variation. We talked about this yesterday. Can I use Sysmon in real production environments? Absolutely. Can I use Deep Blue CLI in production investigations? Absolutely, with all the caveats of testing, approval, change management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Bluespawn is not something that we would recommend necessarily you use in a production environment. We're going to use it today because it's really hard to do a lab with Falcon or SentinelOne, just to be frank. And so we're going to introduce you to some of the concepts behind endpoint detection and response. I did it. I made up a word between 7 slides. I don't know. I lost count. But Bluespawn is for illustrative purposes and testing purposes, and it can be pretty fascinating. And we'll touch it and play with it in a lab. And once again, I'm not suggesting that you take this and deploy it in place of an alternate EDR solution. This is a potential mapping. This is an attempt at mapping Bluespawn coverage to MITRE coverage, to the MITRE critical controls, and it's it's okay. It's something. It's better than nothing. But again, I don't suggest that you roll this into production and say, score, we don't need to buy an EDR solution. But maybe this again is a tool for proof of concept, proof of value, or at the very least to illustrate what EDR means. And even though EDR, endpoint detection and response, has been around a long time, that phraseology is not super meaningful to the business folk. It may not even be meaningful to some of the IT executives. So it's worthwhile to expound on that and say, okay, I say AV versus EDR, and you all go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But that is not necessarily useful terminology. It's far more important to say, let's talk about what this alternative solution does compared to Windows Defender. And so this is potentially a foray, at least into that, an introduction to that conversation. If you're buying what I'm selling, so to speak, and you're thinking to yourself, boy, we could really use advanced endpoint protection. I hope that's what you're thinking if you don't have it. I mentioned that, to me, active detection and prevention is important to me from an advanced endpoint protection and an EDR solution, but it's not preeminent because I know that there are ways around all of them. Part and parcel, I work at Black Hills Information Security. I work with some of the most talented, the most capable offensive security engineers on the planet. And trust me on this one, we find ways around these things all the time. So that really can't be the gold standard. Oh, you got through CrowdStrike, Falcon. Oh, you got through Sentinel-1. You got through Carbon. Yes, yep, you will. For crying out loud, I keep talking about bootloader. I'm sorry, I'm a broken record, but I've worked 3 or 4 bootloader cases in recent memory, and the first one I worked was in December of last year. December of last year. That's a long time ago, right? Bootloader. It hasn't changed that much. I worked another bootloader case 2 weeks ago, and I took the bootloader obfuscated JavaScript file just out of curiosity, and I tossed it to de-identified the data and tossed it up to VirusTotal just to see. This has been around since December of last year. VirusTotal took that obfuscated JavaScript file, it ran it against 65 AV EDR solutions, and 2 of them determined that it was evil. And like I told you before in VirusTotal, you pretty much get 1 evil hit no matter what you throw at it. So flabbergasting to me. And that's just, again, part and parcel of there are ways around these solutions. And so we don't put all of our eggs in that basket. What does that have to do with threat emulation? To me, threat emulation, adversary simulation, we'll talk about emulation versus simulation momentarily. The idea of basically mimicking threat actor behaviors on your endpoints and then seeing how your detect and respond capabilities work is just, again, solid gold. It helps you to identify how well they work. It helps you to improve the configuration. It helps you to set proper expectations. It helps you to bolster your fields of visibility, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are lots of ways to do this. There are automated ways to do this. We do this as a service for our customers. It's something that belongs in your toolkit, threat emulation. If I were to detonate bootloader in your environment, would your AV EDR see it? Yes or no? And if the answer is no, then part and parcel of the process, by the way, bootloader is a drive-by download. We have a user that's unwittingly downloading a zip file. They extract the zip file. There's an embedded JavaScript file, which is obfuscated. JavaScript file is executed by WScript or SkiScript, creates a scheduled task, launches PowerShell, downloads the next stage of execution. Those things, again, as tactics, remain fairly constant. So if your systems can't detect or stop the obfuscated JavaScript, then what else could you do? Could you trigger off the execution of zip file to JavaScript to CScript? Yeah, potentially you can. That's exactly what we're looking for, and that's exactly what I need from an advanced endpoint protection tool. The kind of capability to say, okay, that snuck through, but here are 3 ways that we can make sure it doesn't ever sneak through again. I feel like I'm preaching. Sorry. What's the difference between emulation and simulation? What is the difference between emulation and simulation? Fascinating question, and maybe important, maybe not. When John asked this question, the first thing he asks is, who cares? And I don't mean that like, who cares? I mean like, who cares? And some people care a lot. Some people don't care at all. It is technically a semi-important semantic question, and really from our perspective, the difference between emulation and simulation is that we actually potentially detonate a threat in your environment, in a test environment, in a safe way, obviously, versus in my previous example, let's say in the bootloader example, emulation, we would say that we're probably actually going to detonate a zip file to JavaScript and see what happens next. In a simulation situation, we might just write a script that invokes zip file to JavaScript to WScript and see if your endpoint detection systems saw it, found it. Again, semantically, maybe important, maybe not. I think if you're going to do adversary emulation, simulation, it is important that you know what's happening and what you're measuring. And again, fortunately, there are commercial tools, there are commercial solutions, there are service providers. There are some free components that are pretty solid. Caldera, from our folks, fine folks at MITRE. This is an open source tool for testing MITRE framework in adversary simulation. And I think it's worth taking a look at. I have found it to be a little bit challenging to use. I have found it to be a little bit challenging to configure, and maybe that's just me. So again, don't be dissuaded. Take a peek. It is a fairly long-standing solution, and again, the price is right, so definitely worth taking a look at. And basically, again, this is a more of a simulation platform, if you will, that executes scripts that that do things that behave like malware, and then we have the opportunity to test them against your technical controls and see what, very literally, see what you can see. Definitely worth being aware of and playing around with just a little bit. Atomic Red Team. Atomic Red Team from our pals at Red Canary, and I mean that quite literally. Some good folk. We work with them regularly. Pretty impressed with their with the organization and with their tooling. And this is, you know, this is sort of the go-to standard of the ability to simulate adversary behaviors, to map them to MITRE tactics. As you'll see on the screenshot, we're actually executing a discrete test, an atomic test. Again, atomic being a small piece or part of a larger whole. We're going to say, hey, run a test. We happen to have this sort of scripted component as part of the Atomic Red Team framework that relates directly to MITRE tactic 1117. And then we can run that in our environment and literally discretely determine, would we have seen that particular component? That is a redserv 32 local com scriptlet execution. And that is, again, a sort of a tactic or a behavioral component that we've seen in the wild. And there are a great many. This is well maintained. If you're going to pick Caldera versus Atomic Red Team, and I would honestly suggest, if you're looking at adversary simulation, you take a look at both of those, because you'll learn something from both of them. But Atomic Red Team is pretty cool, and I'm a fan for sure. Not terribly onerous, not terribly complicated. You can run this. We're going to run it. And it is, again, a way to discretely determine at an atomic level how our detections working. I like it. I think it's important, and we'll talk a little bit about it moving forward, that you have proper expectations of this component. This is adversary simulation. So back to our bootloader example, we are not actually running the obfuscated JavaScript code in our environment, if that's what we were testing here. It's not, but just as an example, we're walking through simulation of that process. And so this is not bulletproof. It is not bulletproof, but it is still valuable, and it can still give you potentially significant insights into how well your tool or tooling is working. This is I don't know, I sort of hate to say this, but you might leverage this tool to help prove out that you need advanced endpoint protection. If you're just running Windows Defender, this might be a fantastic, again, proof of concept, proof of value to say, we've tested our internal controls and it didn't detect this, it didn't prevent this, et cetera, et cetera. We threw in this slide. How many of you feel comfortable running tools like Atomic Red Team? And really, what I think we're asking here is that in a lot of instances, I don't think it's quite so prevalent, but it wasn't that long ago that, heaven help you, if you considered emulating adversary actions in your environment, you might get fired, and or you were panicky that somehow this runaway malware might do things you never intended for it to do and ruin your environment. And, you know, there's good reason to be cautious, and there's good reason to take a calculated approach to this. And obviously you need to have review and approvals and testing and all those things. The cool thing about a lot of these is that you don't need monumental infrastructure to test your endpoint detection and response. You know, at its most basic, potentially, you can just do it on a test endpoint. Now, that doesn't necessarily then bleed over into your SIM, et cetera, and maybe that's not holistic enough, but I think the overarching point is you don't need to be afraid of running atomic red team in particular. You don't need to be afraid of adversary emulation, with lots of caveats. Is this part of your job? If you're an IT intern, please don't run this in your environment tomorrow. You need to have review approvals. It needs to be in the scope of your authority and or job description, all those fun things. But ultimately, the value outweighs the risk, I think. Yeah, just run it. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Yeah, I know you know that, and I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but sometimes we do get excited about a tool. It wouldn't be the first time, honestly, that we've been doing a class on something and somebody thought, "Oh, this is so awesome! I need to run it." Bloodhound's actually a pretty good example of that. Of man, this would be fascinating visibility in my environment. I think I'll just execute it and see what happens. And if alarm bells go off and you get caught, it's not my fault. No. And that's not wisdom, obviously. Speaking of Bloodhound, this is a tool that you can run with proper testing and approvals in an enterprise environment, and basically it enumerates all sorts of components of Active Directory, and with the ultimate goal of providing an escalation path from a user account to domain admin. And this is pretty cool. It's been around for quite a while. There are multiple variations on this tool. We'll talk a little bit about a variation on it tomorrow. People have taken this and run with it, and it's just a really fantastic idea. If you've been around Active Directory for any length of time, Active Directory came out in 1998-ish, just around the time of Windows 2000, and we're still using it today, and it hasn't changed a whole heck of a lot. And if you implemented it 23 years ago, which a lot of enterprises did, it's a mess. It has just grown and propagated, and we have nested groups and complexities and groups, circular group references, and we've got thousands of GPOs, and it gets really cumbersome. Once again, I feel for the sysadmins who are responsible for AD, because it is the heart and soul of identity and auth for most enterprises. It is top tier, tier 0 critical asset, and probably it's been around for 20 years. Bloodhound is a fantastic way to enumerate some of those unintended consequences of misconfigurations, meaning that I'm a help desk user, so I was put in an administrative group that has admin access to all the desktops in the environment, and somehow, some way, that group was added to another group, which somehow, some way was added to domain admin, and nobody really noticed and nobody paid attention. And unless you go 3 groups deep in analyzing your infrastructure, you wouldn't even see it. And somehow, oops, we've created this path from a standard end user desktop interaction with that desktop from a help desk administrator, which then translates into domain admin, and a really bad day for the enterprise if and when that original desktop is exploited. So this is pretty cool. Something that you'll probably want to be familiar with, and it's free, and it's got a cool GUI. And that's just the beginning. Lots of other things you can do for querying Active Directory, and again, we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. A word of caution. We want to set proper expectations in almost any and every one of these sort of conversations, and there's a bit of a conundrum here. We sort of start by bashing the idea of deny listing and how this just doesn't make sense, and it was doomed from the beginning, and I can't go out into my yard and just avoid the poison ivy and all of those things. It's deny listing doesn't work. And then effectively what we're doing often in threat emulation is creating an updated and improved deny list. And it's like, oh, wait. You speak with forked tongue. And, in some ways, yes, I do. The idea behind this slide is that there is a point, well, first, where signature-based detections are still useful. Deny lists still have their place. If that's all we're using, we're in trouble. But there's still a critical component of most technical controls. On top of that, imagine, if you will, we are effectively dynamically bolstering that deny list through active adversary emulation, then if we reach this point of the idea of critical mass, we do this enough then it does indeed become harder and harder and harder for the threat actors to invade and or exploit our environment. And so that's the idea here, is that it's kind of a bit of cat and mouse, but it does have value in teaching, training your solutions more or less. And the more we do it, the better our defenses become. Can you pay a lot of money for a commercial solution? And the answer, of course, is yes, you can. As per usual, I think somebody chimed in earlier. I watched in passing, the free solution is not often the best solution. A lot of truth to that, and not always the case, but I think there's wisdom in that perspective. And so maybe you get to this point, maybe you do atomic red team, and you do proof of concept, proof of value for free, and you bolster and improve your security posture, art of the possible, you make some forward progress, and then at some point you realize, it's taking me hours and hours and hours a day to make this work, and okay, it's time to examine an Attack IQ or a Scythe or an XM Cyber, which are platforms that can automate this process. These are not all created equally, so it's definitely something you want to explore. The cool thing about the precursor is if you've walked through a Caldera or an Atomic Red Team, you've proven out what you can do basically with your own blood, sweat, and tears and some free tooling. You are nicely positioned to evaluate these with some authority and some experience and say, yeah, this is worth 50 Gs or whatever the case may be. This is fun. This used to be a real common thing, and I can't remember the names of them. Some of you probably can, where they had these organizations, entities that pretty much all they did was test antivirus. And every quarter you got a new AV report, AV test report, and it was Kaspersky versus Symantec versus McAfee versus Panda versus, and you'd read the report and you'd find out that this quarter, Kaspersky is top dog, and then the next quarter, somehow, some way, McAfee snuck in there, and then the next time it was Symantec. Again, you get the idea. You used to read those all the time, it felt like, and so this is kind of an attempt to do that. MITRE came along and said, what if we did the adversary emulation? What if we did APT3 emulation against all the products you see here on the screen? From CrowdStrike to SentinelOne to FireEye to Palo Alto. Man, it's nuts how many EDRs are available now. Everybody has an EDR. Kind of crazy. But, great idea. MITRE has created this attack framework. We've mapped out the tactics. This is kind of back to some of the discussion we had yesterday. And what if we could just take those things holistically and then measure how well these products do? Well, sweet. That's a fantastic idea. And then what MITRE did, and this is tricky. This is tricky. What if, let's just say, what if some of these really stunk? I'm not really picking on anyone in particular, but just what if that one really stinks? What if it's terrible? What if it gets a C- and the others get a B, B+, A-? And are you, me, MITRE, anybody going to come out and say, oh my gosh, whatever you do, don't buy this one? This one's terrible. I mean, who's going to say that? If you say that, you're probably going to get sued and or a cease and desist or whatever. So this is tricky. And I'm not picking on MITRE here. They do this testing and then they provide some results, but they did not really provide comparative analysis. You cannot go and easily look up scorecards comparing one to the other. We see main detection type, modifier detection type. You can do an individual analysis on each of the solutions. They provided that information so you can take a look at kind of how they tested, and then you can read about how each of the tools did, but there's no stacking. There's no, well, this one's better than the other. And again, I empathize. That's a challenging place to be. And so somebody somewhere came along, and I should probably have noted who this is. I don't know. Josh Salonis, I think it is. Came up with an attack eval scoring. So they took the data that MITRE represented and then processed it with this cool little script thingy and said, let's compare. I want to know who's good, better, best, different. And the output is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I know you were all thinking this. On the previous slide, McAfee is going to win. Am I right? So this is a simple score based on detections. And this, again, this is absolutely fascinating. Do you see the MITRE top 3 upper right-hand quadrant folk on the list? Well, why are they down here? And this one is not anywhere near upper right quadrant. And this one absolutely is not upper right quadrant. And what does this mean? And it reminds me of the AV comparative reports of 6, 10, 12 years ago. You come out going, wait, is this helpful? You know, I mean, from a discrete indicator, I don't know. I begin to question these. I've used a lot of these, and this does not match my experience or my ratings. Maybe I'm just wrong. Again, fascinating. This is another quantification of the same data set, and this is total misses. This is how many detections. So let's just say, and I don't know this for a fact, but let's say we fed it 300 potential indicators, and McAfee caught 268 of them. That's what this would represent. This would then represent, okay, we fed it 300, but McAfee missed 38. I guess I could do the math there, couldn't I? Close enough. We'll round it to 300. And so this sort of flips the script. Now all of a sudden, McAfee is the worst. And no, I guess they're not the worst. RSA is the worst. And in-game, no. Palo Alto, in-game, F-Secure. Again, this is fascinating. Very, very interesting. And leaves a lot of unanswered question. And it's part of why I step back and say, in many ways, I care more about the visibility, the configurability, the active containment, the managed active containment than I do necessarily about these metrics. Again, that doesn't mean these are inconsequential, but again, interesting stuff. Not super easy. Yeah, I see some chatter in the chat about the algorithms used in the testing, and I think it's less algorithmic, honestly, than interestingly, I mean, the idea was that MITRE was going to emulate APT3, and so there are specific components of that APT3 attack, the tactics to tooling, that may have lent themselves specifically to some of the detections. It's not so much about the detection algorithms or how this played out. It literally is tactic emulation, and then did the components detect or miss, a list of discrete indicators. Again, really interesting. And I know you're all totally fascinated by the output, just like I am, and I'm not sure how to answer the questions. And again, it's not so much statistics. This is hard facts. If I throw a malicious package, did it detect it? Yes or no? That's not an algorithm. That's not a statistic. It's a yep, nope. Now, again, I know what you're getting at is, tell me about the test. Tell me about how you perform the test. And that was the kicker behind the AV comparatives of old. You're like, wait a second, how did you actually come to these results? Anyway, fascinating foray. I like me some EDR. And I think if you don't have advanced endpoint, if you're still using legacy AV for crying out loud, you at least owe it to yourself to test and prove out some features and functions, and then possibly do some budget calculations, find out how much this would cost, and at least put it on the roadmap. Never let a good crisis go to waste. I'm telling you, part of the reason I was prepared for the conversation with the hospital system when they said, what do we buy now, is we'd already been staging and planning. We knew we wanted to buy all sorts of things to improve the security posture. And when the crisis came to town, we were ready, at least partially, to say, EDR, please. So let's do a lab. Let's take a look at Atomic Red Team and Blue Spawn. And stand by. And again, I know there are some really good questions lingering. I will address those I'll turn you loose on the lab, and then I'll try and answer some questions when we get back from the lab. We'll paying attention to the timing just a little bit, and at the very least, we'll look to have some timing at the very end of today for circling back on some of these questions, because some really insightful thoughts and ideas. Okay, so here we are back at Intro Labs. We are heading towards the why do I never? Sorry, I'm always looking for blue spawn or red team here, and so I miss atomic, red team, and blue spawn that starts with an A. Thank you very much. So, setting the stage, again, we're not recommending in this particular instance that you use blue spawn in production for your EDR solution, but we are going to use it to illustrate the value potentially of some other EDR type solutions. And keeping that in mind, once again, you're going to make sure your AV is disabled. You're going to launch a command prompt via terminal if you can, one of these alternate mechanisms if you can't. Get to a command prompt, and then we're going to fire up blue spawn. We should see active output on console that looks something like this. Then we're going to open up a Windows PowerShell. And we are going to move on over into the atomic red team directory and the subdirectory. We're going to install YAML module. Excuse me. We are going to then import the atomic red team module. Then we're going to do how many tests? Maybe this is why we asked you earlier if you're scared about running atomic red team, because, let's just do them all. Or why not? Under the circumstances, heck, let's go for it. If you're prompted in this particular scenario, just say yes. If you get any errors or outputs executing the all scripts, just say yes and keep on trucking. So you might see some errors. Don't worry about it. That's totally okay. Now this is going to take a while. We just invoked all. So I'm going to suggest that as you run this, that what you do is you pivot back to, so this is your PowerShell console. This is your blue spawn command prompt. What I'm going to suggest is that you fire up in PowerShell the atomic red team test all, and then you pay attention, then pivot back over to your blue spawn command output, and you're going to get a whole bunch of zero detections. Lots of zero detections, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means specifically when we come back and go through the lab, but you're going to get a bunch of zeros. That's not quite as interesting, at least on screen, as the actual detections. So I don't know how long it will take. I suspect around 2 minutes you'll start seeing some actual detections. But what I suggest is you pop to the screen and wait until you get past the zero detections and until you see some actual detections before you go back and then Control-C from your PowerShell prompt to stop all the tests. You can let it run as long as you want, but the idea is to see some output, some detections by blue spawn. You can, you'll want to clean up after yourself. Remember, we just did adversary emulation, so we did things like creating registry keys and strings of execution and etc. So we kind of just made a mess on a certain level. So you got really two choices. If you want to, you can revert to snapshot, no harm, no foul, clean things up like a champ, or you can run the cleanup and undo it. I mentioned earlier that we may want to come back to the Sysmon lab. This is a bit extra. You don't have to do this. You can come back and do this later. But while we have blue spawn running, remember, so far, all we've done is clean up. We've stopped the atomic red team script. We've cleaned up the atomic red team script, and blue spawn should still be alive and kicking on your command terminal. And what we're suggesting here, if you want to, you can pop over to the Sysmon lab. Let's do that really quickly just so you know what I'm talking about. Go back to the Sysmon lab and skip all the way down to the part where you act evil. And basically what we're suggesting is that you restage your trust me executable, you fire up your Metasploit console. You're going to basically go through this process on down, just like we did moments ago. Stage your interpreter session, get all the way to the point where you are right about here. Now we have our malicious executable running from Linux to our Windows box. And then if we go back from there, what we're suggesting is, okay, now that you have that interpreter shell, that interpreter session alive and kicking, let's see if blue spawn detects it. Let's see if you make blue spawn angry or not. And the chances are you're going to have to kick the tires a little bit in order for blue spawn to even notice. So we have some ideas here. You can do key scan, capture some keystrokes from your Windows system, key scan dump should have worked, and then pop back over to blue spawn and say, did it see it? Did it detect it? Yes, no. Manipulate the registry. Here we're at our interpreter prompt. We're dropping to a shell, a command shell through our interpreter prompt. Obviously, copy and paste here for the win. You can create some registry keys. Again, step through this process and see what blue spawn sees. All right. We're going to do 20 minutes. First part shouldn't take you that long. If you want to do the extracurricular part, you may need to come back later, or some of you are fast. If you don't care to take a break, then maybe you can get through that in this time. We'll come back and walk through the first parts together. And then as time allows on the slow walkthrough, I'll see if I can address some of the questions that have popped up relative to this subject matter. So let's do 20 minutes on the clock, and we'll reconvene here shortly. All right. Welcome back from Atomic Red Team versus Blue Spawn. Feels like there might be a pretty clear winner. So let's talk about this for a second. Again, as mentioned, there's some great questions, and so my thought here is I'm going to step through this, and then when we get to the point where the Atomic Red Team tests are running and we're waiting for Blue Spawn to text, I'm going to answer a couple questions because I think we're going to have a couple minutes of dead space there while we wait and see what's happening. So let's step through this together. And then I'll do a bit of Q&A because a couple really great questions have come up in passing. So here we are in Intro Labs, Atomic Red Team versus Blue Spawn. Let's just double check. Whoops, I didn't copy the whole string. Hey, stop that. Copy. Paste. Red error is good. AV is disabled. We're going to do a command prompt from terminal. Remember, you don't have to do from terminal. If you need to go to start command prompt run as administrator, you sure can. Let's head over to tools, CLS to clear screen. Let's do Blue Spawn client x64.exe monitor level. Oops. So a couple things are going on here. So we're executing the Blue Spawn 64-bit executable client, the EDR piece. We're putting it in monitor mode, and this is probably in general how you would want to approach this, right? You want to see if Blue Spawn will detect these things. So we're not expecting Blue Spawn to block anything at this point. Monitor mode only, and setting the level specific to how Blue Spawn functions of cursory, and then basically the EDR function is alive and kicking. And what we're hoping is this is the detection mechanism. This is the visibility into memory and disk primarily at this point, mostly memory from a Atomic Red Team perspective. So we mash the key and we see that Blue Spawn is up and running, and it has categorically some components that are enabled, which you can take a peek at should you want to. And we'll scroll down and see, okay, we need to go to a PowerShell prompt. Control L to clear the screen. We're going to change to the Atomic Red Team directory and then invocation directory. So you can invoke these. So what's cool about this? If you're brand new to Atomic Red Team, first of all, you should visit atomicredteam.io and learn. Lots of great documentation, really good website, atomicredteam.io, and begin to understand the breadth, depth, possibilities with the solution. So you can legitimately look up a tactic, T1654. You can click on that tactic. It will explain to you the tactic, and it will explain to you how to discreetly test the tactic. And in many instances, it will then give you, of course, an Atomic Red Team test that you can leverage, run, a scripted component or some sort of behavioral component on your endpoint. And the idea, of course, is if we execute T1654 and Blue Spawn is running, it's not so much that we want Atomic Red Team to generate output. What we want is to then pivot to Blue Spawn and see if our detection mechanisms worked. Now, in real life, you probably don't want to do invoke all. Maybe you do. But to someone's point, how do we tell exactly? I think the question in the chat was basically tending towards, okay, I ran Atomic Red Team all. What happened? What successfully ran? What was successfully detected? And that generally the lens or the view to the success or failure of the test comes down to opinion and utilization of this platform. You're probably going to be more discreet about the tests, the tactics that you test, so that you can clearly document, did Blue Spawn or your EDR succeed or fail? So we're going to do install module, not insnodle module. name, PowerShell, tech, YAML. We're going to wait ever so patiently. We're going to say yes. Control L, clear screen, import module, invoke atomic red team, PSM, not PSD. Then we're going to dutifully invoke atomic test all. Ready, set, go. Yes, for real. Okay, and away we go. And as I suggested, I'm going to come back over here. And as mentioned, so what we're seeing here is T1484, group policy modification. And basically what this is indicative of, I got Bluespawn is saying, I see something. Something happened related to group policy changes, but it did not trigger an actual detection rule. It did not actually trigger a rule that allows me to say, yep, I have a detection. I have what I think is a true positive here. It's just saying I see something happening related to this tactic, but I'm not certain whether or not it's evil. And so, away we go, and we can wait a minute or two. And while it chugs away, let's make some obvious observations. Probably not going to use this as your go-to EDR. Am I right? Yeah, of course not. But it is illustrative of this process of firing up EDR, in this case, in observation mode or monitoring mode, then executing the tests, maybe one test, maybe two, maybe five, maybe a multiplicity of tests, and then to document the outcome from an EDR perspective. And that does really two things from my perspective. First, it goes, did it detect it all by itself? Yay, T1654 for the win. If it did not detect it, then it presents an opportunity for you to understand how the atomic red team test occurred, the sequence of events, the pieces, the parts of the tactic, and then be able to potentially go back to, let's say you're actually using Bluespawn or Sentinel-1 or CrowdStrike or Carbon Black, and then to create detection rules based on how you manage and configure that EDR that then might help you to actually detect, prevent these kinds of things from happening. There's a lot of work that goes into that. It is potentially very onerous. And of course, as mentioned in our threat hunting cautions, this is not something you do once. This is not something you do twice. This is something you kind of have to do on a continuum. And you're hoping against hope. Part of the reason that you're paying for the solution that you're paying for is that you're hoping that the vendors of the world are doing most of this for you. And for me, in a lot of ways, this is trust but verify. I'm confident. Hey, look, we got some detections. Only took 4.5 minutes. I'm fairly comfortable. I'm fairly confident that CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, Carbon Black, et cetera, are doing something useful for me. I can see the visibility. That's pretty easy to ascertain. I can get familiar with the management interface. I can get used to the query language for the data pool, the data lake that they are retaining for me. And then this is my due diligence, my trust but verify. Okay, I'm pretty sure it should detect, prevent this series of attacks, which of course is ever changing. But I'm going to go back over yonder, Control C to kill that. I am going to revert to snapshot in just a minute because I think that's cleaner and I need my VM to work swimmingly for the remainder of this class. A couple more questions before we move on. This is just illustrative, and I hope you picked up a thing or two, and probably the greatest takeaway is that you need an advanced endpoint protection solution, in my humble opinion, and in John Strand's humble opinion. You need to carefully weigh the pros and cons of the available solutions. You need, from there, to trust but verify, to use some sort of repetitive mechanism to emulate, simulate threat actor behaviors so that you can learn, tune, train your EDR, set proper internal expectations, and continue that iterative cycle, which is never ending, to do active detection and response on your endpoints, which is super critical. So Brian had a couple questions which I wanted to address. We talked a little bit. I mentioned the MIND acronym, Memory Identity Network Disk, and again, those are not technically discrete. They're just useful construct, in my opinion, especially when I'm working with other analysts or junior analysts. Just ideas about investigative visibility. If you give me visibility into memory, identity, network, and disk, that's pretty holistic on an endpoint. And I'm looking for tooling, and Brian's looking for tooling. So if I want visibility into those 4 components, what do I do? And I think honestly, it comes down to a couple things. EDR is monumental. EDR generally gives me really good visibility into memory, and then secondarily into disk on the endpoint. And so I'm primarily relying on EDR/legacy AV functionality for disk and memory in conjunction with Sysmon, truthfully, and or EVTX logs in a Windows environment. And then identity and network, we've touched on the network piece a little bit. Ingress egress is monumental to me, and I'm hoping against hope that you're feeding ingress egress, at least NetFlow, DNS, that kind of thing to your SIM. And so that sort of checks that box. And then identity is kind of twofold, but we touched on this yesterday, and it really comes down to primarily on box, on endpoint EVTX, because there's lots of goodness and gold in Windows onboard artifacts. And so usually we're feeding Windows event logs to our SIM, not only from our endpoint, maybe including Sysmon, and then in conjunction with that, hopefully we're feeding our Active Directory event logs into a SIM, because the combination, again, in a Windows domain specifically, combination of the Windows endpoints logs and the Active Directory authentication logs, and then the secret sauce, if we can layer UEBA on top of that, then we've got pretty solid memory, identity, network, and disk visibility into each of those components. Brian had another fantastic question, and it's a truism that we're kind of focusing on the Windows piece, and like it or else, Windows remains the dominant endpoint from a desktop perspective in the enterprise. Not so much in the overarching server space, but absolutely in the enterprise space from server perspective. It's germane, valid, still fairly ubiquitous. The cool thing about Atomic Red Team is if you visit the aforementioned spot, atomicredteam.io, you can head over to the tags component, and you'll see that the different discrete atomic tests, that the T numbers are broken down here categorically by tag. And so Brian was asking about varying operating systems, and why are we always talking about PowerShell, and what about Python, and fantastic questions. And although the majority of these, the numbers don't lie, are tagged Windows, there are Linux and there are Mac atomic indicators and tests. And so if you scroll down, for example, to the Linux components, you'll see tactics that directly relate to Linux. And then you may or may not have a corollary atomic test. So if you keep scrolling, you'll see supported platforms for this specific test. Well, this is a registry key entry. So obviously this is Windows specific. So you keep going, Windows, this one works for Linux. And this is a way individually, discreetly to test for discovery system language with locale. And it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, obviously, but there is some extension to different operating systems, does include some Python tests. There are some Python capable adversary emulation scripts. I don't have those references handy, but I hope that helps a little bit. All right. Let's see here. I think let's carry on. Thank you for the questions, Brian. Really good stuff. I appreciate the thought that went into those. What about firewalls? Firewalls are stupid, right? Who needs a firewall? I mean, come on. Wow. Specifically, we're going to talk a little bit about host firewalls. We've just sort of transitioned through advanced endpoint protection And we're, to the overarching MIND acronym, memory, identity, network, and disk, we're kind of moving away from memory and disk towards the network component. And this, again, is critically important. The MITRE mappings are pretty much focused on, or at least for the purposes of the host-based firewall, we're targeting this. Not so much this. Obviously, firewalls, as a general rule, help us to manage, mitigate, monitor all network traffic, ingress, egress, east-west, meaning lateral. And really, at the moment, again, we're focusing on host firewalls because, well, it often goes overlooked. It often gets ignored. Boy, I remember, once again, as you might have noticed, I'm old. I've been around a while. I remember when a lot of folk didn't even have a firewall, because what do you really need a firewall for? Yeah, craziness. And I also remember when the firewall first came out as a component of Windows XP, holy smokes, and it was the dumbest thing ever, right? It's the minute anybody enabled that, it broke everything in their environment, and they went, oh my gosh. I still think we have yet to recover from that. Everybody was like, host firewall bad. Don't ever turn it on. For the love of all things holy, you will just break stuff, and it really won't help anyway. And so we went on our merry way. And we need to revisit that conversation. We really, really do. Lateral movement. Let me just be clear. We'll have some images to discuss, but what I mean by that specifically, if that's unfamiliar terminology, is if a threat actor gains access to an endpoint in your environment, they're not going to just stay put as a general rule. They are going to make efforts to move beyond that singular endpoint and move to other systems in your environment. So that would be generally referred to as east-west network communications or lateral movement. And really, it just means, again, they're inside your corporate environment. They've breached your perimeter, if you will. And now that they're inside, what are they going to do? They're going to move around. And the host firewall can dramatically impede and impact that situation. Segmentation. This is also a really fun conversation, and it often again invokes an emotional response. If you start talking about segmentation with your network engineering staff, they'll either probably leave the room or start sweating profusely or start mocking you. This is a hard one. I think somebody mentioned very reasonably network access control earlier, the idea of doing some sort of switch port security to limit what systems can plug into your network or attach via wireless to your network. Fantastic idea. I have seen so many enterprises attempt to do NAC or network access control and then fall flat in their face in failure. And so that's another one of those that we kind of all quake, weep, quiver, and think, is this even possible? And it is possible, but it is hard. It's a heavy lift. And so is segmentation. So is segmentation. Again, it may surprise you if you're newish to this industry that you roll into the typical enterprise, brick and mortar. Again, I've spent a lot of time in healthcare. You roll into a hospital situation. The hospital most likely has been around for 100 years, and they have brick and mortar physical buildings. They have point-to-point VPNs with every vendor on the planet and with multiple clinics, and they have remote access for all their physicians, and they have an EMR, an electronic medical record system, and they've got radiology systems, and they've got biomedical systems, and on and on and on and on, and they are laser focused on the humanity of it all, helping people, which just blows my mind, the acquisition and use of technology to help people, which is really cool. I have great respect for those folk. And this has just grown organically over the years, and you roll in and you go, okay, there's this new threat vector. We call it WannaCry, and it propagates over SMB, server message block. This is a while back. Server message block version 1, and we really need to block port 445. And everybody goes, we can't. What do you mean we can't? So, well, we can't. And then you unwrap that, you unravel that conversation. And what they mean by that is they have no idea what systems are communicating with what services across what network segment using what port. And they're petrified that if you block 445, you're going to break everything and people will die. And you go, oh my gosh, this just got suddenly really complicated. And then heaven forbid you start talking about fully segmenting your environment. Microsegmentation, the idea that everything is discrete, sort of the overarching thought from a network perspective on zero trust. You identify everything and what it should be talking to and what it shouldn't be talking to. And heaven help you, you're never going to get there. You're never going to get there, at least in my experience. I want to show you something really quickly. This is just a brief aside. This is from a presentation I did at CactusCon year before last, and was talking about managing the unmanaged and network segmentation. And the idea behind segmentation is, if the submarine is your enterprise, if we get hit by a torpedo because it's all one big open room, we're all dead. This is not ideal. This is the thing. We need to segment in such a way that we can survive a torpedo hit, or maybe two. And the idea of microsegmentation is we segment all the things. And this is ideal. This is exactly where we want to be. We want to identify every implementation, every critical system, back to memory, identity, network, and disk network. I want to know, what is this endpoint supposed to talk to? You know, in real life, it probably only needs to talk to a few different things. Maybe a print server, maybe a file share, maybe a database. That's it. That's a lot of work if you have 32,000 systems and they've been around for 19 years. And so this often fails. The idea behind this level of segmentation, if we ever get it implemented, most of us will live if we get hit by a torpedo. Really hard to pull off. So I'm a huge fan, as you might have gathered, of the art of the possible. And I say, well, if you can't do that, what can you do? What if we cut the thing in half? What if we could just implement one segment? Just one. I mean, just maybe this quarter. Could we possibly make this change and save half of our lives? And if the answer is yes, which it probably is, then I have some prioritizations for you here. 445, 3389, 22, 389. Choose what is appropriate for your environment. But I've actually had this conversation with a serious, large legacy enterprise health system and said, wait, could we just do this? What if we just blocked 445 and 3389 between your corporate systems and biomed? And it took us precisely about a week to monitor the network traffic between those two environments and realize that shouldn't be happening anyway. And so we stopped 445 SMB and 3389, which is RDP. And in that one move, dramatically impeded the typical malware or threat actor from moving laterally between corporate to biomed. Happy day. And it actually worked. We actually got it done. We got 445, 3389, 22, 21, a handful of others. And not perfect, but forward progress, art of the possible. That's what I want. That's what I want. And then we just keep moving in the direction of making it harder and harder and harder for lateral movement to occur. And the good news is, you have host-based firewalls already, don't you? I mean, you do. Every operating system, for the most part. There are exceptions from an IoT perspective. And so pictographically, here's the sad story. The threat actor on the left, the sickly endpoint on the right, kind of sad, kind of pathetic. Then the firewall is, generally speaking, standing between internet ingress, egress, and somehow, some way, let's pretend this is bootloader. Because I just love to talk about bootloader or spongy weasel, as the case may be. And if this is bootloader, then the sickly machine reaches out to the internet, downloads a file, thinks it's cool, executes the file on their endpoint, makes an outbound call to the threat actor, command and control is established, persistency is established, and now the threat actor moves on to the next phases. When it comes to bootloader in particular, threat of the day, week, month, quarter, I don't know what. The next thing that bootloader does is it enumerates the endpoint. It enumerates the sickly endpoint. And I think one of the key characteristics it's looking for is this domain joined. And if it is domain joined, then it moves on to enumeration of the domain. It's looking for ripe targets for lateral movement. It's not just going to hang out on this one sickly machine. It's going to say, where can I go from here? And the truth is, the next phases of bootloader generally are domain enumeration, and then followed by that, it's going to do service principal name enumeration. You know what that means from previous conversation. It moves on to Kerberoasting, attempts to gain high privilege credential access and then move laterally effectively with the acquisition of domain admin go anywhere that it pleases. And this is a problem. And this is an illustration of both things that should occur and shouldn't occur, and they're a little bit hard to differentiate sometimes. PSExec. Who has used PSExec? If you've been an IT admin, a sysadmin, the day you discovered PSExec, you fell out of your chair. You're like, this is so cool. Remote command execution, remote shell access. I love it. It is so slick. It's official. It's, part of sysinternals. It's Microsoft signed. It's fantastic. I love the utility of the tool. I hope, against hope, that you all disable it in your environment. I'm sorry. Because the threat actors leverage it. They leverage it and it goes undetected. Why does it go undetected? Because your admins are using it. This is tough. This is a tough one. Remote desktop. Who uses RDP? All of us. RDP is awesome. Have you found a better remote access solution for IT administration than RDP? If you have, please tell me, because for actual interactions, performance, integration, it's the best. So what do? It's a bit of a conundrum. And the answer is, we'll talk about that in just a second. False positives, true positives. This is a trick. And we need to figure out a pragmatic way to address this. And probably won't surprise you that we're going to talk about network segmentation. Telnet for the win. Yeah. VNC. It's everywhere. SSH. I mean, come on. Be real. So are those things going to set off alarm bells? Nope. Probably not. Probably not. Should they? I don't know. Yes, maybe. Sometimes. Is this a tuning opportunity? Let's talk again about where to go. Where my super awesome. Do you love my artwork? I mean, I'm very talented, don't you think? Sorry, I didn't spend a lot of time on that. What if we could just make this simple? What if we could say, should your normal users be using PSExec? I think we can make the case, no. No. Should your normal users be RDPing remote desktop between corporate hosts? I'm going to go with probably not. Strong case for definitely not. So what if we could just say IT sysadmin environment, rest of the world? There will be no RDP access between the normal user populace. We will allow RDP access from the IT segment. Perfect? Nope. But if we just make some simple changes like that are probably palatable to your organization, then we make huge forward progress. We got to get away from the idea that the network is trusted, right? I mean, that's not a huge leap for us because of what we do and what we're talking about. Your endpoints came with firewalls, and in the vast majority of enterprises, I still to this day see the firewalls are off for the most part or defanged. Even if you turn on the default Windows firewall, there are so many holes in it that it's not super useful. We'll see that in the lab momentarily. Set your internal system firewalls at the same level they would be at a coffee shop. Oh, the grand irony that in many ways, if you take your corporate laptop to the coffee shop, you're less of a threat to your organization than if you are attached to the corporate LAN. Start large. Start macro. Consider logical segmentation of your environment, even if it's just cutting it in half. Business unit, geographical location. As per my previous slide, to me, SMB and RDP, maybe followed by SSH, are at the top of my list of things that you should target first. And this kills me. When I talk about 445 and 139 and blocking SMB, server message block, that is the protocol used for some internal off name resolution, but primarily people are thinking about file shares. And I say, you should block inbound 445 on your workstations. And they go, but we do file shares. I say, wait, you host file shares on your workstation? They're like, no. Well, then block inbound 445, but we use file shares. Okay. This is a situation where you have to be patient. You have to calm down a little bit. You have to resist ridiculing them and say, okay, how about if we test this? How about if I disable 445 inbound in a particular segment or a test environment and then see if you can still get to your file shares? Because you can. Ultimately, we can make this complicated, and I think we should probably work towards making this complicated. Centralized firewall management is non-trivial, right? If you're going to start managing the Windows firewall, you have to have a way to do it. You need to think that through. You may have solutions in place already. A lot of EDR components, EDR integrations will either help you manage the onboard firewall or extend EDR functionality to firewall. So think that through. Don't just assume this is simple. If you decide tomorrow, well, let's block 445 on all of those systems, then that could be complicated. That could be problematic. So think that through. But you probably have an option. Even if it comes down to an SCCM, a System Center Management. Shoot, what does the second C stand for? System Center Configuration Management. That was close. Or a PDQ or some other centralized management. You could do it through group policy. I wouldn't recommend it, but working our way all the way down to segmented VLANs, and VLANs are tending towards the idea of almost like, sort of simplified poor man's knack, and that only certain very specific systems are on one VLAN, one emulation of a physical switch, and they are only allowed to talk to certain other sections of your network. And this is beautiful. This is incredible. This foils some of the simplest things, foil the vast majority of lateral movement that we see in the wild. And that is why Network Plus should be standard for security as well as regular IT folks. Understanding ports, I think that is fantastic. I love that a lot. Understanding the basics of TCP IP and a network socket and how IP address versus ports work together, that's critical. It's fundamental. I'm working right now on on a course offering that does operating system fundamentals and networking fundamentals for wannabe future security analysts. And that's one of the things that I hammer on. You just need to understand this. And it's not super complicated. It's just if you've never seen it, no one's ever taught you, you've never had the opportunity to touch it, test it, it might not make any sense. So in this illustration, slight variation on the one a couple slides ago, we just turned on the firewall. We turned on the firewall. This is so cool. See, right here, firewall. Inbound 445, deny, PSX does not work. Yes. 3389, deny. And ostensibly, here's the IT person. Right here. Goodness gracious. That right there is a laptop, in case you're wondering. The IT people get special laptops. If this is in place, we can allow this through. This is the help desk. This is the help desk VLAN. This is the help desk subnet. This is the IT folks. So we can allow 3389 in from that environment, and we still get our work done. We still accomplish our job tasks. Silly simple. Doesn't have to be that complicated. Art of the possible. Ooh, IT special laptop equals gaming laptop. I like the way Flake and Hater thinks. Dedicated GPU. At least 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. I think it's just a requirement, truth be told. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about architecture. As you might imagine, this image was chosen for a purpose, for a meeting. And really, this is like defense in depth for a roof structure, overlapping fields of stability, maybe, instead of visibility. And in a well-designed, well-engineered structure, the beams, although each of the beam represent a point of failure, we're hoping against hope, especially if we're in this facility, that if there is a single point of failure, there are other supporting mechanisms A single point of failure does not cause the structure to collapse. This makes sense to you. You know it does. If one of these members fails, the building remains standing. That's the idea behind segmentation. It's the idea behind my super awesome submarine analogy. So we want to live. We want to live. There's going to be a failure. Am I right? At some point, part of the sub is going to spring a leak. There's just no way around it. And it's absolutely foolish to pretend like that's never going to happen. Don't worry, I have Panda antivirus. Not a dig against Panda antivirus, a dig against the idea that, well, I have this one beam and it'll probably be fine. The other thing that John likes to talk about in this component, and I wholeheartedly agree, the question came up yesterday, I think, or maybe it was the day before, about, I'm getting into InfoSec, and I'm primarily either engaged in or interested in blue team, which is blue meaning defensive for the most part. Would it be useful for me to learn about red or offensive team kind of things? And somebody said, purple team, which is the conglomeration, obviously, of red and blue. And we had some great discussion. And I don't think there was any disagreement, which may be unusual in this context, especially in our Discord channel. I don't think there was any disagreement about the value of learning both sides. And I don't care what you do in information security. I think it's important that you sort of set aside the red versus blue versus purple versus green versus yellow. I don't care. I want to know as much as I can. And I want to know how to defend. I want to know how the attackers attack. I mean, those just go hand in glove. They just go hand in glove. I think it's kind of silly to say, well, I'm blue team. I don't need to know how the threat actors behave. I don't hear people say that, honestly, but that's kind of the idea, especially when you're getting into this from the beginning, kind of new into this space. Learn about both. Learn about the fundamentals of security. Learn about the fundamentals of offensive security. It's important that you know how the threat actors actually behave, and it's just this beautiful mixture. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, and then you'll find things that you just dig, that you like a lot. And there's nothing wrong with going, ooh, I want to be a pen tester, or I want to be a red teamer, or I want to be an incident responder, which is arguably the coolest job of them all. Bring it all in. Work together as a team. And that even includes, don't cringe or anything, it even includes the GRC folks, right? The compliance folks, the auditors. This has got to be a team sport, and we've got to move beyond little cliques and little factions. And I'm not saying that you do that, but I've seen that in the enterprise, and I just can't stand the GRC people. They're so friggin' ignorant. And then the GRC people are saying, man, I can't stand the security people. They're so friggin' obstinate, and it doesn't work well for anybody. Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So we've talked about the value of the firewall. We've talked about the importance in terms of visibility, in terms of segmentation. You already got it. You might as well use it, but you got to have a strategy. That's fine and well to just say, go. Well, we need a way to accomplish this. Now, the built-in Windows firewall is not great. If I had my choice, I would never use a software firewall as long as I live. That's just me, probably. I don't like software firewalls. They don't make as much sense to me as hardware firewalls. And if I can afford to put a hardware firewall in front of every one of my endpoints, then sweet. That's not probably realistic. So we got to work with what we have. There are portions of your environment that justify an actual firewall, a physical firewall, etc., or maybe a dedicated firewall solution from an alternate vendor. But if the best you can do is Windows Firewall, then again, for crying out loud, block 445 and 3389, high five, and then make some forward progress. Turn it on. Can be configured to be a GPO. There is a awesome built-in command line tool, NetSH, that can allow you to configure the firewalls. In this particular slide example, we're turning it on. And this is a fascinating thing when we see the threat actors turn it off. That's a whole nother discussion. But again, it's not ideal, but it's a heck of a lot better than nothing. Maybe at least half of the folk on the submarine will survive. Do you have other things in place? It's very possible, like I mentioned, that you already have other solutions in place. It's a very real possibility. And once again, they may go unused or be turned off. So pay attention. If this is in your wheelhouse and something that you want to work towards, it may be that you already have a solution. It may be that there is reasonable justification for purchasing a solution versus using group policy or NetSH to turn on the Windows firewall. Like I mentioned before, I see a lot of solutions, a lot of advanced endpoint solutions either come with their own either augmentation of or utilization of the built-in firewall. And the major bonus there is a management interface, a centralized management interface, which is pretty much a requirement, from my opinion, in the enterprise. Okay, so we've got two labs basically to illustrate these points, and we have an Nmap lab. And the Nmap lab is primarily here to allow us to illustrate firewall up, firewall down. What can you see? What can you not see? It's fascinating. Obviously, the obvious things that will be open, no surprise, they might be related to SMB and RDP. And those are not pre-configured. Those are defaults. So we didn't like rig this. This is just welcome to Windows. And if you haven't used Nmap before, it's a great introduction to a network mapping tool, a network scanning tool. And so the first lab, we're gonna basically test, is your firewall on, yes or no, and then see the differences when it comes to ports. Probably should have a really quick conversation about TCP/IP and network sockets. And I mean really quick, because this is obviously a voluminous topic. But long story short, as you've seen all week long, you have an IP address associated with your host. You have a couple associated because we kind of have two hosts. We're faking that you have a Linux host and a Windows host. So you got a couple IP addresses. That is necessary for TCP/IP communications. We've communicated back and forth between those two. When we do that, we've created executables, for example. And when we do that, we have to define the source and or destination IP address. We're going to have a conversation between Windows and Linux, depending on where the conversation is initiated. If it initiates with Windows, Windows is the source IP, communicating to Linux, which is the destination IP. We get those two things right. We have part of the requirements for a TCP/IP conversation. The other part that's critical is a port. And a port really is just a number. It's not like actually a port. It's just a number. And it really is a service identifier to simplify things. So if you're going to communicate from Windows to Linux, source IP, destination IP, and you want to use secure shell, SSH, on your Windows box or your Linux box, you would start a conversation between your Windows machine, your source IP, the destination IP of your Linux box, and you would target port 22. 22 is the default port for SSH. And really, again, all that is a service identifier. Port 80 would be a web server. Port 443 would be a secure web server. Port 445 would be a file share, et cetera, et cetera. So as we go through this process, if that made absolutely no sense, you're going to see it in action. We're going to use Nmap from our individual hosts. We're going to scan a destination IP, and Nmap has a whole list of ports it's going to check for, and it's going to see, are they open? Are they closed? Is SSH accessible? Is RDP accessible? And again, you're going to see that in action. From there, we're going to go to a responder lab, and we're going to see how we can manipulate this functionality. This is illuminating. It's frightening. Basically, the idea is you're going to see the difference between firewall on and firewall off. We're going to turn firewall off, and then we're going to see how silly simple it is to abuse the default configuration on Windows and actually extract file hashes or password hashes from our Windows system and then use Metasploit to then authenticate using our stolen credentials. And this is exactly how potentially a real world attack scenario could go if you have no firewalls and you're using default Windows configurations. Okay. You've been very patient while I rant and rave for the last little bit. So what I want to do is I want to quickly step through the introduction to both of these labs. And then let's see, we're coming up on 3 o'clock. I think we can squeeze both of these in. I think we probably can do. Let's see. Yeah, let's do. Can we do 40 minutes? For the fine folks on the timers as I step through these, we'll go through them really quickly, and then I'll give you a 40-minute time slot. You can step through both of these labs. I'm going to review them with you first, and then you can go through them, and then we will circle back tomorrow, and I will walk through them at length, slowly, methodically with you first thing tomorrow. So again, I'm going to step through them briefly as per usual. We'll throw 40 minutes on the clock. And then when we're done, I think that'll give us a little bit of time for some Q&A, some Ask Me Anything. Not quite a half an hour, but I think that 40 minutes will give you plenty of time to go through the 2 labs, catch a little break, and then we can have a little discussion before we call it a day. All right, let's just look at these real quickly together, and then we'll do timers. Oh man, I forgot to revert to snapshot. That's okay. That is okay. All right. Host firewalls and Nmap. I like Nmap. Nmap's cool. If you haven't used it before, I think you're going to like it. If you have used it, then it's like an old friend. So we're going to launch terminal as admin, of course. Hop to a command prompt. Necessarily backup instructions for how to get there. We're going to do IP config. As I mentioned, you have an IP address obviously assigned to your Windows host and your WSL or Linux host. We're going to look up our IP address. On our Windows side, we're going to pop over to our Linux side. We're going to open up Ubuntu. We're going to become root. And then we're going to use this super complicated nmap command. If you want to learn more about nmap, then we can definitely find resources. This is the super simple version. All sorts of complex things are actually happening in the background, but you don't need to know that right now. You can just feed it your IP address. I should make a quick comment. Let me see if this works. Okay. If you do IP config on your Windows system and you see a WSL adapter and an Ethernet 0 adapter, you should probably default to Ethernet 0. Either of these should technically work, so don't panic. And if you're confused, then do them both. I mean, this is a learning exercise. If the firewall's on, it shouldn't work very well. If the firewall's off, you should be able to scan either of those IPs and see the resultant open ports. So again, we're going to do that from our Linux system. We're going to type in nmap, doesn't matter, the prompt nmap, followed by the IP address of your Windows system. And cool thing about nmap is you can actually get active status updates. Just click the space bar and you can watch the percentage, which is not fantastic, but it gives you something to do while you're waiting. And you should see something like this if your firewall is off. You should see 135, 139, 445, which are our SMB ports, NetBIOS and SMB ports. Now we're going to come down and leverage the netsh command. We're going to make sure the firewall is on. Now don't panic. Again, occasionally you turned it on already and you didn't mean to, or you didn't notice. So if you don't get these results, then you can also use this to turn the firewall off, incidentally. So play with it a little bit, fight with it a little bit if you need to. And then in theory, when it's off, you should see nothing. And you can pivot back and forth, try it multiple times, multiple ways. And ultimately, all you're trying to do is illustrate what the firewall is accomplishing for you. Then when we're done with that, remember that the firewall should be off at the end, because we're going to move to the next step in this process. And we're going to take a look at responder. And in this particular example, we're going to take a look at abusing link layer multicast name resolution, LLMNR. And we're going to pop over to Ubuntu. We are going to become root. We're going to move to the responder directory. We're going to launch responder. We're going to define the interface. This is the interface that you're listening on your Linux side, and let it rip. You're going to see some ons and some offs. The initial poisoners that we care about, excuse me, are the top 3. Don't worry about it if some of these are off. That's appropriate based on the way your WSL is configured. But really what we're going to try and do is abuse broadcast name resolution. So we're going to fire that up. It's just that simple. And then you're going to go over to your Windows system and you're going to try and access the whatever you want. In this case, we're putting in no. Put it whatever you feel like. It doesn't really matter, because as long as it's not an actual name that exists on your network, go ahead and go with no, should you like. And what's happening is Windows goes, hold on a second. I don't recognize the name of that endpoint. Is there an endpoint named no? And it's not sure, so it will do broadcast name resolution. Is anybody named no? And of course, responder, as you might have gathered, will respond, yep, that's me. And then you'll be startled to know that Windows happily attempts to authenticate, hands off the hashed representation of your password, and you should see some output that looks something like this in Responder. If you get this exception error in the middle of running Responder, don't worry about it. Didn't hurt anything. You're just fine. Even if you don't necessarily see this output, you should, but you may not see it on screen. You can then follow on with this. You're going to kill Responder, move into the logs directory, and then we're going to use John the Ripper pointed at the log file that Responder just created for us. That is this file right here. Your file name will be different. It will be associated with the IP address of your system. But we're going to point John at that file, and relatively quickly, we should see John is able to take that NTLM hash that Responder acquired from our Windows system, and you should see ADHD, ADHD. One quick thing. Don't bail on me just yet. Did you bail on me? If you remember, whoops, that should be done in my length command. Sorry, stand by. If you remember from our Hashcat demo, we talked briefly about this pot file thing. And John, like Hashcat, creates this thing called a pot file that tracks the hashes that you've cracked. Tracks the hashes that you've cracked. So it's possible that there's a remnant of a pot file. If you try to do this step right here, and it says no more hashes left to crack, and it does not give you output that looks like ADHD, ADHD, then you need to delete your pot file. And it looks like that. If you want to just note that and or do it proactively, totally fine. But on my VM, and it's probably my fault, on my VM, I had to go delete my pot file in order to finish this lab. And again, it's probably my fault, but just in case, if you need to nuke that, there you go. We're not done. Once we crack that password, now we know. Again, we didn't know this a minute ago, right? ADHD password is ADHD. It's a great password, by the way. Armed with that information, remember, we're simulating a threat actor at this point. Armed with that information, we're going to open another Ubuntu prompt. We're going to become root. We are going to launch our old friend Metasploit. We're going to use a slightly different, we're going to use the same payload. We're going to use a slightly different exploit module. We're going to use the SMB PSExec. This is a PSExec-like function built into Metasploit. It's not the actual PSExec from sysinternals, but it is PSExec-like function. And then we will configure this to use the new credentials that we just found. And then we will run exploit. And this time, exploit is actually going to do something. It's not just going to sit there and listen. It's going to attempt to authenticate over port 445. There it is, the service identifier for SMB. So this is our source. This is the handler that facilitates the communications. And this is our target. And the end result is that if your firewall is down and a threat actor comes in, gains access to a system inside your environment, one of the things they could very legitimately and very reasonably do is use a tool like Responder and just listen and respond to broadcast, multicast, name resolution, intercept hashes, gain a hash, crack the hash, pass the hash, and move laterally and or make a really bad day for you and your enterprise. Okay, that's the overarching goal of this exercise. These two exercises. So thank you for your patience and hanging with me in this, again, lengthy diatribe, hopefully useful, hopefully valuable, and you're going to see this in action. So we've got, looks like we got 30 minutes on the clock, which works just fine. Get up, move around, get a beverage, grab a snack, plow through these a little bit. We're going to do some, again, Q&A, chat at the end, ask me anything kind of a thing. It's been a lot of me talking, so I really don't want to go through a whole nother lengthy diatribe. So walk through this. We'll talk a little bit. We'll call it a day. Tomorrow we'll pick up fresh and new, and we'll step through these labs together and continue on our merry way as we approach the end of our top 11 critical controls. So go ahead and jump into this lab for a combined about 30 minutes, and we'll circle back and have some discussion Q&A at the end. Go. So yeah, welcome back. There are a lot of moving parts to that one. I feel a little bad dropping it on you at 3:30 in the afternoon, because combining the complexity of those two labs, especially if you're new to either one or both of those, and then the joy of obviously the HTTP NTLM file should match your IP address, not the IP address in the lab. And in some instances, the john.pot may be there, may not. So again, thank you for struggling through that a little bit, especially at this late hour. That's kind of my conciliatory note for tomorrow is, take a break, take a deep breath, resist the urge to beat your head against the wall all evening long. And we will walk through it together slowly and methodically tomorrow when we're sharp and fresh, or sharper and fresher in any case. Yeah, I'm really curious. Does anybody remember this? Connectix virtual PC? Anybody old? Just curious. I was thinking about restoring from snapshot and thinking about not that long ago. Okay, yeah, it was a long time ago, 20 plus years ago, when Connectix first came out. Connectix virtual PC was like at least my first foray into desktop virtualization. At the time, I was teaching a server operating system class, and I would literally have to carry in a big white box, Windows 2000 server, NetWare 5.1 server, Linux, Red Hat Enterprise server, and I'd have to reformat and rebuild and actually carry in a physical device for class. We went through 3 server operating systems in a week, and I have to go through that whole process. And then I found virtualization. Can't even hardly imagine life without virtualization. In any case, that was a total aside. And yes, I'm using Brave, and I didn't even stage that. So you're not weird and alone. At least you're not totally alone, Colin. You might be weird, but at least we're weird and alone together. Yeah, and I wish the search function was better, but such is life. So we're done for today. Once again, I'd like to hang out for a little bit. We can chat. We can go over questions. We can do ask me anything that's not too difficult. And then once again, feel free to vanish should you want to or need to. We will reconvene tomorrow at noon, and we'll finish this adventure together tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the completion of our time together, and we'll tie up the remaining of the 11 items that hopefully, again, provide maximum practical value for you in securing your enterprise. And once again, you're awesome. Thanks for being here. And thank you so much to the tech support folk. Thank you to Yuri and Ryan and Megan and all the effort that goes into making this happen today. Thanks for your participation, your sense of humor, and for not, at least for the most part, not directly referring to me as patty cake. That has to happen pretty much at least once throughout this conversation. But we forestalled for quite a while. So thank you for that. Any questions that I can answer for you at this point? You're welcome. Thank you, Courtney. Thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. It's seriously it's true story. When I'm on break or I go on mute and off video, occasionally my wife will come in here and she likes to just take a look at your commentary because it's generally amusing. You're skilled at the transition from burritos to cat memes to Bruce Lee, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we definitely, some of the gifts that come through are amazing.
It is. I'm just not good at it. I realize that even when I try,
you'll get better. You'll get better.
I can't pull it off. I try and compete with my children sometimes, and it's a losing battle. I just can't do it.
The trick is to know the class and have everything keyed up in your tabs across the screen. You just go tab, 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 tab as the case comes up.
Nice. I'll work on it. I'll get better.
We have faith. Tomorrow, wow us with your gift ability.
I will see what I can come with. I'll take lessons from my youngest son. Is like, he's just the master.
Yeah.
So I'll see if he can come over tonight and give me some pointers.
Yes. Yes.
It's a skills issue. That's exactly what he would say. Thanks, son.
So it looks like somebody says, what are the best remediations for evil jinx? I just bypassed MFA on my boss's account today. So let's just say he wants me to secure it.
That is a fantastic question. And the simple answer, you ready for the simple answer? You're not going to like it. Use FIDO compliant MFA. That is not a simple answer. That's a simple answer. That's not a simple implementation. There are multiple platforms that pretty easily proxy MFA session cookies, proxy authentication, including MFA session cookies, and stopping it is hard. There are forthcoming implementations of authentication, sort of like authentication pinning, that are coming through M365 conditional access policies. So that's probably the wrong word, but it's something like that I've done some initial testing that seems to help some. The honest solution literally is some alternate MFA, which again, FIDO compliant is the silver bullet, if you will, but that usually requires like an actual hardware token and a major change in your workflow, and it's not tenable for most environments. The next best thing, and again, you're probably not going to love this either, the next best thing is preventing the mail messages and or the links being accessed by your company. It's back to the end user training piece, don't let the malicious mail arrive with the embedded URL. Unfortunately, what we're seeing commonly is that we see the threat actors gain access to a corporate mailbox, and then they use that corporate mailbox to enumerate legitimate business partners, business relationships within that corporate environment, and then they leverage that mailbox to send mail as a trusted user to outside organizations, and that's tough. So, bottom line is, if you do business with company ABC, accounts payable might get an actual email from an ABC mailbox purporting to, I need a PO, or I need a change in bank routing, or it's really, really difficult. And I think you kind of got to hold your breath a little bit if you can't do the FIDO token thing. Review the M365 conditional access policies related to, it's kind of like certificate pinning. And if you can't find that, ping me directly, and I'll help you find the resources, because I have sleuthed it out. Heck, I might be able to find it right now. And then the user educational piece, the active proxy filtering to make sure you're restricting access to those, malicious or compromised domains, and all the things that you're probably already trying to do, and you're probably thinking that didn't help that much. That's a hard one. I'm gonna look for that.
A big question for late in the day.
Yeah, I that is a question I've pondered a lot, and I wish I had a better answer, and that's why I will, like I said, I will see if I can find the link to the to the features and functions. Token protection.
Okay.
Ready? Here it comes.
Okay, you ready for the next question?
Yeah, check that out. It's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect, and it does not solve that problem completely, but it's a step in the right direction, and it does make it harder, in my experience. Okay, yes. Moving right along.
Yeah. Can you offer advice on standing out as an applicant for entry-level SOC roles? I'm not sure how to stand out after getting my CompTIA, Security Plus. I've got about a year of pen testing contract work on my resume, but the actual workload is non-existent these days. And I worked as a SOC analyst for about 4 months before, and I have about 4 years practical hands-on lab experience. I have years of general IT experience on my resume as well, but I'm not getting any interviews. What could I be doing better? I'm going to suggest, Daythra, go to the Black Hills YouTube channel and search Jason Blanchard, job hunting like a hacker. He's got a playlist there that's about 9 hours worth of material that will help you kind of tailor your resume to the particular company or to the particular job that you're applying for. There's no one size fits all resume that you can fire away at all companies. And
last day.
yeah.
Why? He's going outside.
Oh.
So he's gonna be playing. Yeah.
Oh, it's playing. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
Jason's here. What's
Jason
happening?
is here. It's
Jason.
miraculous.
He's like, he heard he was summoned. He's like a genie in a bottle. And then there was another one here from Fernando. It's about the John the Ripper lab. So I don't know if you see that, Patterson, in the Zoom Q&A that you could. It looks like they got the whole lab done, but I don't know if we need to fix something in the actual documentation or not.
Yeah. So, okay. First, I want to just make a quick comment to the last question.
Okay.
And what I that is like the coolest name, and I'm pretty sure I don't know how to pronounce it right. So I apologize. I'm not sure how you say that, but it's a cool name. I would suggest, if you are willing, that you have someone that you know and trust and respect to directly review your resume and give you direct constructive feedback, because a lot of us aren't very good at it. So combined with the resources that Megan mentioned, go through the process of how it should work and how it should look, and maybe some pointers, and then have somebody who loves you enough to be honest with you, stare at your resume and say, that's good, that's not good, you need to change this, you need to change that. That is critical, in my humble opinion, just in getting your foot in the door. Lots of other great advice. You have some excellent backup. Obviously, you're passionate about it. You've got some great experience. I think a huge component of that is succinctly expressing that to your employer, and that's exactly, again, what Megan and Jason are driving at. But then the opportunity to have somebody, again, who you respect, to take a look at your resume and redline it for you. I've had that happen. I have done that, and it's a little bit painful sometimes, but monumentally useful, and 100% serious. If you don't have anybody like that and you want to find me on LinkedIn, and if you're willing and able, I would do that for you. I would review your resume and give you some constructive feedback. Now, maybe I don't fall into the category of people that you know and trust and respect, but but if so, let me know. And then the Fernando's question, there are two things that occurred in this lab repeatedly. One is, I think the pot file exists for some folk, and if you don't nuke john.pot, then you won't see the actual John the Ripper cracked output. And then the second is that that file name needs to include your IP address, as opposed to the generic IP address listed in the lab. So great call out. Thank you, Fernando.
I saw another question, but I don't know, the class may have answered it. Hold on, let's see. What does the IPv4 address of the WSL Ethernet adapter refer to in the VM? It looks like somebody answered it. It's the Linux IP stack IP address. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming so. If you, as per my example, if you do ipconfig from your Windows system, you may see Ethernet 0, and then you'll see a WSL related address, and basically that's acting like a gateway address so that you can communicate between your Windows system and your WSL system. So you'll have like this underlying virtualized network infrastructure that allows Windows and WSL to talk to one another. So you'll likely see two addresses for your Windows system to facilitate that communication.
Okay, let's see.
Good question.
How will internal pen testing adapt to the recent deprecation of all versions of NTLM authentication?
Fantastic question. Yeah, so Microsoft announced that NTLM is going away. So my first thought is that it won't go away anytime soon, based on legacy systems and backwards compatibility. But it overarching is a good move. It does not at this point obviate the NT hash component, which is still stupid, weak, lame. I'm waiting for that to change. I think it will, directly impact some of the things that we do, specifically when it comes to NTLM downgrades and authenticating to Active Directory, and we'll just find another way. We'll just find another way that is an improvement. But we still see backwards. I mean, RC4, for example, encryption mechanism in Active Directory is still enabled in most enterprise environments. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't need to be. But getting that stuff to actually leave the enterprise is a whole nother question. So work that direction in your environments, and I think that's a good thing. And it will make some of the old attack methods, attack vectors, harder, need to adapt. But we will. Great question.
And there was a question from Restream, Re2A. The recordings are posted in Discord, so you're going to need to join the Discord server in order to get the recordings, or they should be up on YouTube like right away. So it's up to you as to how you want to get the resources. They're in YouTube, or they will be in Discord in the resources channel. So that's where they are. Let's see if I'm kind of scrolling back through. Any opinions on Mike Miller's LinkedIn resume reviews? I'm not sure who that is.
I'm unfamiliar. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar.
And it looks like I got all those. There's no questions in Zoom.
Brian, I think Brian Walla had a question in Zoom, but I wasn't. Talk to me, Brian, if you're there and able to pay attention. I'm not sure which question you were talking about. I've answered a couple of his questions.
Yeah, I see. I see them that in the answered. It looks like you answered. It looks like you pretty much answered all of Brian's questions.
One there from Rob B.
Can you speak to IPv6 RE enable or not firewall setting? I know Windows AD uses it. Seems like everything is IPv4, port 445, 2280, etc. Are there threats, malware using IPv6?
That's a great question, and it is far too late for questions about IP version 6, Rob. Go away. No, I'm just kidding. So great question and great overarching thought process. And the fact of the matter is that unless you work really hard, IPv6 is enabled in your environment. It is part and parcel to some more and more core Windows functions. And so, yeah, literally I see people trying really hard to disable it and then failing and or misunderstanding that it's disabled. So I'd be shocked if it's not active in most enterprise environments. And so that's the first question mark. Hard to get away from. The idea for those of you who are new to this field is that we're running out of IP version 4 addresses. We're running out of them any minute now. And we've been saying that for about 15 years, if I recall correctly. And we're still figuring out ways around through NAT and PAT and whatever. Having said that, IPv6 is newer, better, faster, stronger, the ridiculously large address space. So I think we're going there whether we like it or not. And then there are some inherent simplicity, inherent features and functions that make it more secure. By the same token, it is a little harder to manage. And there's a little more automation in sort of managing the addressing and the broadcast communications. And so we absolutely are seeing ways to abuse it. Point in fact, if you check out Responder, the latest iterations of Responder, you'll see that that they're moving more and more towards, they're moving away from things like LMNR because we're learning that those should die and should be deprecated, and moving towards abusing some of the features and functions of things like IP version 6 for broadcast multicast communications. Yeah, so definitely. And I worked a case just a couple weeks ago where that C2 command and control was being executed against a malicious IP version 6 address externally. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Great question.
How much of first access is bad Wi-Fi security?
That's a great question. And I'll I'll answer that from a very limited perspective. I'm pretty sure that my caseload over the last couple of years is not statistically relevant. And so for my caseload, 0. I rarely work cases where physical proximity was a factor. That does not obviously obviate the importance of Wi-Fi security, but the vast majority of opportunistic, even targeted attacks, they occur through other mechanisms lately. Wireless Wi-Fi. Maybe the threat actors just don't travel anymore like the rest of us. I have not seen that much. I know it's an issue, and again, I don't mean to minimize that, but for me, it has not been a significant source of attack vectors.
Yeah, I asked Brian to retype his question because he said that it had something to do with port outgoing closing, but I don't know.
Okay, yes. I think I know what he's talking about.
Okay.
So yeah, so Brian and I had sort of a side conversation, and basically, he was bolstering my perspective and opinion on macro segmentation, if you will. And the simple fact of the matter is that almost all recent and even current ransomware is propagated through SMB ports, through port 445 as a general rule. So we were sort of, combining our thought process in the sort of overarching segmentation perspective that if you can do nothing else, blocking inbound 445 on your endpoints, unless it happens to be a file server, goes a long way towards stopping ransomware propagation. Again, not a complete silver bullet, but it hamstrings PWYC, and it absolutely can hamstring ransomware by stopping or disallowing port 445 inbound on a system.
Okay, sweet. Dun, dun, dun. Well, that looks like about it. So there's no open questions in Zoom, and there's no open questions in Discord at the moment. So I think we can go ahead and wrap this up for today and start back with day 4 tomorrow. We'll start about 10 minutes early is usually what we try to do. In case you have anything that you want to go over from today's class or the last couple of days of class. And with that, I think we can go ahead and wish everyone a good rest of your day or evening or morning or wherever you are in the world. And thanks so much for attending, Ryan. And I think you can go ahead and kill it with fire. Have a good evening.